Good afternoon and welcome to Edgbaston for the delayed start of the fifth and final day of the second Test match. And if you joined us a few seconds ago, you would have heard the last few bars of an overproduced version of Jerusalem, along with orchestra played over the PA system. It used to be just the Barmy Army who sang that before the start of play each day. 72 for 3 England. We've had an hour and 40 minutes lost to some very, very heavy rain about an hour ago, and then a light shower after that. Steve Harmison's alongside me. We're in for a very late lunch, Harmy. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, man. It's a good job I had a good breakfast this morning, because last couple of mornings, well, a few mornings doing hospitality, I've missed breakfast because a very, very welcome lie-in this morning and not being here till what was a really wanted time, which was it was a 10:30 get here. I was managed to get myself some breakfast. 80 overs left in the day. England 72 for 3. 536 runs behind, and I'm not a mountain to climb, because they're not even going to, I don't think, attempt it. But it'll be interesting to see how England go with the tactics towards playing out for the rest of the day, up until 7 o'clock.
Prasid Krishna with the first over of the afternoon, and it's pushed away off the back foot by Harry Brook, behind square on the offside, and England are underway. Yeah, the talk of England scoring 536 runs in the last day is just nonsensical, complete fantasy. And Marcus Trescothic, the England, they're all assistant coaches now,
all
aren't
assistant,
they?
yeah, all assistant.
Not batting coach, he's an assistant coach. Jeetan Patel, assistant coach, all assistant coaches. He did say last night that of course they'll play for the draw if that's the only option. Outside the off stump here, Prasid Krishna to Ollie Pope, left alone. Oohs and ahs from the crowd, presumably mostly those behind the line. I didn't think it was that close to off stump. Evidently the crowd did.
Krishna got one pitched up in and around the top of off stump. It was oohs and ahs from his teammates as well. So pretty expensive so far in this series. A lot better in this second innings. Found a little bit of rhythm. I thought Trez spoke very, very well. I still think England will be positive, and I think they will be positive, and they'll still be trying to score runs. But
here is Krishna once again, steered away defensively by Ollie Pope into the gully, or third slip really, fourth slip. 73 for 3.
I don't see England going into complete block mode and scoring 50 off each session and shaking hands at the end of it. And they'll still will look to score. They're naturally shot makers. Their natural instinct is to play what's in front of them, and it wouldn't surprise me if we still see an entertaining day where boundaries are scored and England put a decent total on board.
Here is Prasid Krishna again, and banged in short, pushed away defensively by Pope off the back foot. I'm quite intrigued to see Prasid Krishna opening up here. I mean, Mohammad Siraj and Akashdeep were outstanding yesterday, and this has been the preferred end, the pavilion end, where he's actually bowling from. It would have made sense if he'd been, I think he's the third seamer, isn't he, in this team, in this lineup. So if he'd run in from the City end, which has been less profitable for the faster bowlers, to allow Akash and Siraj to rotate from the... Anyway, they've entrusted him with the first over, and he's in outside the off stump. Bit of bounce. Ollie Pope leaves alone. 73 for 3. Somebody said to me this morning, can you really see Ollie Pope batting all day, when we were talking about England saving the game? And I said, he did in Hyderabad.
Yeah, I can see Ollie batting all day. I can see him batting all day, and if he does bat all day, he'll probably get 124. He could score 100 runs in a day. England have got to keep the mentality of being positive in movements there. Positive movements, coming into the ball. He left the ball, but he was still coming into the ball with intent. The minute you start being negative, there's a when you'll get out. Indecision.
3 slips. Forward comes Pope, driving this one, pushing it firmly anyway to Shubman Gill at mid-off. No run. Good over from Prasid Krishna. I've developed a soft spot for Prasid Krishna ever since he came to talk to you after the Headingley Test match, Harmy, and he just seemed like such a modest, self-effacing, honest, and a bowler who was expensive at Headingley, but did take 5 wickets. I mean, the 5 wickets in a Test match is good going.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Tongue got loads of plaudits. He got 7 wickets in a match. He didn't get anybody that batted above 7, and he was expensive. It just sometimes it's the narrative that anybody wants to have from the opinions of the sideline and former players and everything. I didn't think he bowled too badly. He's a wicket-taking bowler. The thing I seen at Headingley is he bowled it, 90 miles an hour. That's quick. His height, release point. He's got a lot of good attributes for England.
Here is Akashdeep, and that's right up in the block hole length outside the off stump. Harry Brook wants to drive, and in the end just has to sort of half squeeze it out to cover.
When I come away from that, 3-minute conversation with a big man, he was trying to gather information and pump, computerize into his brain on how you bowl in England in English conditions and how different it is bowling with a Duke ball to the SG ball to the Kookaburra ball that he was in with around with the white ball stuff and Border Gavaskar. So yeah, good information for him.
Akashdeep in once more. Brook defends, steers it to Jadeja at backward point.
He's working with Morning Morkel, another big, tall, fast bowler who bowled very well in England. Like I say, 3 or 4 minutes with me, a tall, fast bowler who bowled a lot of overs in England. He's trying to learn, and that was the beauty about it. I came away from that conversation with a lovely young man who's he's learning his trade. He wants to get as much information as he possibly can. 2.5 minutes of it might have been nonsense for him that he didn't understand, probably because the language I speak.
Clipped away by Brook straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. He absolutely not only understood every word, but he devoured every word. You could just see it. You knew as well. He was just savouring every little piece of information that he could glean from you, and you were very, very happy to give him. And so, I said at the time, or shortly afterwards, I said, it does make you think twice about sitting in the commentary box going, oh, this guy's going for 6 and over. What's he doing? Forward comes Brook once again defending. And there's no run. We just sometimes forget, you less so, because you've had the blisters, you've clocked up the 43 marathons, so but it's a nice reminder, just to remember that it's hard work. I always tell people that how often do you manage to stay on your feet for 3 hours walking around a shopping centre? This is 6.5 hours on your feet before you bowled a ball. And Prasid Krishna bowled, I thought, just got it slightly wrong at Headingley, didn't he?
He did, yeah, just got it slightly wrong. He was trying to get wickets, which is he encouraged from big, tall, fast bowler.
Akashdeep in once more, and Harry Brook defends, playing from the crease, neither forward nor back, 73 for 3.
And during my time, I think the experience I remember I had quite a few fallings out with Duncan Fletcher, and he had a go at me once because I was sat having a cup of tea in the middle of the afternoon with Michael Holden and Angus Fraser. 2 contrasting types of bowlers. Gus, big fast bowler who had a back injury, who was a quick bowler and then became a medium pace bowler as his career went on. Both worked in the media, both worked from the press box.
Here is Akashdeep again, bowls Harry Brook. Little tuck off the pads, down to long leg. They'll go through for an easy single as Prasid Krishna does the fielding. 74 for 3. I know that Duncan Fletcher had I would go as far as to say a phobic disregard for the media, but I am stunned that he would have a problem with you talking to Angus Fraser and Michael Holden.
Yeah, because how it worked was Troy Cooley, England's bowling coach, had gone back to Australia, gone to work with Australia. England had brought in Alan Donald. I didn't really know Alan Donald that well. It was one of the first couple of Test matches, and I was having a struggle, so I went and spoke to Gus and Mikey Holden.
Prasid Krishna to Harry Brook, defends to mid-wicket, no run.
And like I have here, and I always make the joke, how we can get it so wrong by having the best seat in the house. And you're not having to bowl the ball. I was looking to get information on what was happening with the action. I was maybe 20 overs, 20 Test matches into my career, I was, finding having a little bit of a struggle, and I thought, right, I'm going to seek the two fast bowlers that are sitting in the press box, have a conversation with Mikey and Angus.
Forward comes Brook again, defending this one from Krishna. Was it what stage of the game was it? Was it during?
The middle of the game. Yeah, I said to them both on one morning.
So you went up to the press box in your whites?
No, they came over and I just said, look, I says, any point during the game, there's any chance, 5 minutes, and both of them were standing and just said, look, we're not. Mikey wasn't working after lunch, so I asked Gus if he'd come across. We had a cup of tea in the back room at Old Trafford. And when I came back, obviously, where I got back to Duncan, and Duncan was like, we've got a bowling coach. Alan Donald's your bowling coach. I said, well, he's just arrived. Don't know me.
Oh, that bounces from Krishna. Good delivery. Very well played by Harry Brook, who manages to somehow ride the bounce, gets on top of it just about, and steers it down past fourth slip towards third man, and they go through for two. But that was a very good piece of bowling from Prasad Krishna. 2 more runs, 76 for 3.
Yeah, it was a good bit of bowling. It just bounced a little bit off a length. It was a little bit fuller in length, and it just leaped at Harry Brook. And that's what this big fella can do. He's got the height, he's got the release point. When he gets his tail up and pumps his legs, he's got a bit of pace as well. But he needs to get a bit more aggressive, and that's not just bowling short balls. Aggressive into length, really finish his action off on a good length.
Driven now by Brook, and firm push, I suppose, really, rather than a drive, and it's Prasad Krishna who does his own fielding. We had a delayed start by an hour and 40 minutes because of rain. Very, very heavy rain, sort of it wasn't thunder, but it was an intense rain shower for about 10 minutes. And then a lighter one after that, but play getting underway at 12:40, so we'll have the regulation 2-hour session and a very late lunch, unprecedentedly late lunch in my experience. Short and cut by Harry Brook down to the boundary for 4. Oohs and ahs from the crowd. It was in the air, but there's a first slip, second slip and a fourth slip. No one at gully, and backward point's quite square and quite deep as well. So hit in the air, but I think Harry Brook was pretty much entirely in control of it.
Yeah, I think he was. I think it's got away from him a little bit, but if you're going to, like we've said about Harry being dropped so many times in his career, when he flashes hard and he gives a chance in the air, it goes hard, and it's obviously a lot harder to catch. I really don't understand why they haven't got a gully to the big tall fast bowler in England making the ball bounce. Especially on slow surfaces, you are going to get it to gully.
Prasad Krishna in again. Harry Brook defends, pushing it out towards cover, and it's fielded by Washington Sundar at the end of the over. 80 for 3, Ollie Pope 24, Harry Brook has 23. Prasad Krishna has, Gary Morgan tells us, he's bowled 1 in 4 balls have been length, and 67% have been back of a length or short. Isn't that what he was doing wrong at Headingley?
Yeah, I think he's doing wrong at Headingley. I think he was too much sort of back of a length. If you'd encourage him to pitch it up. We talk about Josh Tongue not understanding what his stock length is, and in Test match cricket, we know what Prasad Krishna's length is in Test match cricket, and in England, it's probably just a bit too short. So he's got to really. And when I talk about aggression into length, the aggression into length, is making sure you bowl it. You don't float it in and around that sort of 5.5 metre mark.
Here is Akashdeep bowled him. He's got through. Ollie Pope. Pope can't believe it. He stands and looks disconsolately and in disbelief at his stumps. Cannot believe he's played on. It's a problem that he's had throughout his international career. Just a little bit loose, and Harmy's having another closer look at this, but it's bounced, it's hit him on the gloves, and then has ricocheted back onto the stumps, and England are 80 for 4.
Yeah, we're talking about aggression into length. That's exactly what Akashdeep has been for all of this Test match with the brand new ball. He's challenged the outside edge, he's challenged the inside edge, because he's bowling hard into a good length, asking the batters to come forward. He's getting some movement, he's getting some deviation, and that one there, I mean, unlucky for Ollie Pope. He looks as though he's got it covered. It's just nipped back. It's bounced a little bit off a good length. It's nipped back. It's hit him on the under part of the elbow and gone straight onto the stumps. I mean, on another day, that cuts Ollie Pope in half. He's rolling around. I mean, he's tumbling around off balance, and the ball goes over the top of the stumps. But unfortunately for Ollie, today, it's not his day. It's Akashdeep's day. That's 3 now for 37 in his 10th over. And he's going well on his way to bowling India into a victory.
Ben Stokes is the new batsman. He's in need of a long hit, and this is the perfect time to play himself in. Well, it's the early wicket that India wanted, those 3. You sensed really that the third one yesterday was an absolute bonus. I mean, they'd have been happy with 1 in that session of play yesterday, and when they got both openers, there was a sense that there was deep satisfaction. But the third, and it being Joe Root, well, that was always going to make England's task on the 5th day that much harder. Akashdeep in once again. Ben Stokes off the mark immediately, clips it off his pads behind square on the leg side. And there's a misfield down there in the deep. Is that Yashasvi Jaiswal?
Yeah, he slipped, didn't he? He's just slipped as he's gone to pick it up.
It's just fair enough. That's entirely understandable. I know that all England's test grounds have had their drainage improved and upgraded, but and Edgbaston does drain extremely quickly, but it's got to be a bit slippery down there. I mean,
he's gone both feet, hasn't he? I just watched it on the big screen. Sorry to come in, man, as he's gone both feet flying. Oh, he's gone. I'm surprised he didn't hurt himself.
You can land on the coccyx and really hurt yourself like when that happens. Akashdeep in again, bowls, Stokes forward, plays defensively, pushes it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 82 for 4. I think we can fairly safely say that Akashdeep will be playing at Lord's.
I would have thought so. The only thing that would stop him from playing at Lord's is how his body pulls up. He hadn't bowled in the first, didn't play in the first Test match. And it's from a workload issue, which I don't see that being a problem. I would have thought he'd run to Lord's with the way he's bowling at this moment in time. But the only thing that would stop him is if he pulls up with something stiff and sore, because we're now going to go right into day 5 here, and then start in 3 days' time.
Here is Akashdeep again. Bowls, Stokes defends, pushes it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 82 for 4. So when Stokes began his tenure as captain, I would, choosing my words carefully, I don't want to be disrespectful, but he batted a bit like a lunatic.
Yeah, he was trying to send a message, wasn't he? And I think that message, hampered his batting.
He tried to hit from ball 1. Here is Akashdeep again, bowls, Stokes defends, pushes it back to the bowler, nifty bit of footwork, kicks it up into the air and grabs it again. Since then, he's made some quite slow starts. Actually, he's taken a while to get himself in, and I think his body language at times has betrayed a certain amount of frustration that he was taking so long to get himself in. Today, no such worries. This is absolutely the perfect opportunity for him to take as long as he likes. He can bat for 5 hours. That's how long he's got. This one is tucked away up towards wide mid-on, fielded by Krishna, and there's a single. Ben Stokes has 3, Harry Brook has 23. England have lost Ollie Pope, bowled by Akashdeep, for 24. Akash has now taken 3 of the 4 wickets to fall, and England are 83 for 4. What were you looking up? You were doing some research.
Yeah, I was looking there. You talk about Ben Stokes and his batting, and I'd want him on strike to Krishna early. I think he has a little blind spot against tall bowlers, making the ball bounce. Ben Stokes has faced 113 balls before this innings, so that's 118 balls in 2025. He hasn't played any cricket, has he? So from Test match point of view, he got injured in Hamilton. He played his first Test against Zimbabwe, which he faced, I think, was it 12 balls? And And he's faced 52 and 51 at Headingley and 1 here so far.
Forward comes Ben Stokes to Prasid Krishna, pushing that one defensively. Bowler fields.
So that's now with his 6. That's 120 balls he's faced so far.
People will
20,
say,
25.
well, surely he's faced 1,000 in the nets, but it's like driving range balls in golf, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is. It's driving range balls in golf, 100% manners. And I think from Ben's point of view, he's worked so hard on his body to get him fit, and the proof has been in the pudding because he's been amazing. But his batting hasn't been neglected.
Forward he comes once again, playing defensively. And it's fielded at cover by Jaiswal. Stokes 3. 7 balls. Harry Brook 23.
We know when he's in a contest, then there's a different Ben Stokes comes out. All them examples, World Cup finals, Ashes Test match, Headingley, all this stuff. When there's a contest on, you send for the man to stand up, no matter where he is body-wise, whether he's on one leg because his knee's gone, whether he hasn't batted for a long period of time. The mentality of Stokes is what comes through.
Krishna again around the wicket, and that one bounces and it nips back and hits Stokes on above the pad, on the thigh pad, and he was very, very hurriedly trying to react to that. Have I just managed to not hear for the first 4 days, or is there a drummer?
Yeah, there's a drummer
right below our commentary area.
No, he's over in the right-hand side. He's in the far end of the Hollies.
Why does it sound so loud?
Echoing in it. There's not as many people in. I think the trumpet has been replaced by the drummer.
Here's Krishna once again to Stokes, back up onto his toes, and again blocks it out defensively. It's we've spent quite a bit of time in India over the last couple of years, and it reminds me of that sort of monotonously regular, like a wedding.
Yeah,
Indian wedding drum beat.
Yeah, you get it through the streets as well in India, don't you, when you have any sort of celebration.
And funerals, actually. Yeah, that's right. Funeral processions. But I wonder how long he can keep that up. Here's Krishna once again to Stokes, who's again rock solid defence forward, pushing it up to Shubman Gill at mid-off.
Hopefully he hasn't got the memo that lunch is at 2:30 and he thinks it's at 1 o'clock, which it is now, and he nips off round the back for his lunch.
That was just been on constant Gill stats watch. Most number of runs scored in the first 2 test matches of a series. We've mentioned Graham Smith a lot. 2003 made 277 and 80 here at Edgbaston in the first test, and 259 at Lord's in the second test. That remains the all-time record. Prasid Krishna into Stokes outside the off stump, and it's left alone by the England captain again. Through it goes to Rishabh Pant. So that's the most ever in the first 2 tests of a series, 621. In second place, Shubman Gill. These 2 test matches, 585. And the men in their slipstream, some pretty big names. Graham Gooch, 579 in 1990. 571, Sanath Jayasuriya in 97-98. 563, Wally Hammond in 1932-33. That was only a 2 test series, so he's made 563 with a triple hundred in just 2 test matches. And more recently, 556, David Warner against New Zealand in 2015-16. Akashdeep into Harry Brook, guides this one away behind square on the offside, and fielded by Ravi Jadeja. What's happened there, Harmy?
Brook's gone, Stokes is going, and then they got nearly touching each other halfway, and Jadeja hasn't quite picked it up, and Stokes has sent him back. Ben Stokes, I think, has thought it's gone a little bit further, so he was blindsided a little bit by the bowler. And Harry Brook, Ben Stokes are close to each other, and if Jadeja picks that up, he has a shy at the stumps with both, whichever stumps he wanted to go for, with both of them probably giving up or for all ends.
Here is Akashdeep again, bowls. Brook opens the face again and steers it to Nitish Reddy in 4th slip position. And if there's one person in this entire Indian squad, in fact, if there's one person in in India who you would back to hit. It would be hit.
He doesn't miss, does he?
Yeah, but again, you know, it is perfectly reasonable if the ball's a little bit damp, and he's fielding a backward point right on the edge of where the covers were, so it's got to be greasy there. There's huge puddles of water on the outfield from the covers, so that's maybe the reason that the ball just slipped out of his fingers. Here is Akashdeep again, big appeal for leg before wicket, up goes the finger! Harry Brooks reviewed immediately, it's hurt him, but it was the kind of review that suggests he must have hit it. It's hit him on the side of the knee, it's missed the pad, he's hobbling all over the place now, but he reviewed immediately.
I don't think he's hit this. I think he's reviewed it because it's done loads. I mean, if this is out, which Chris Gaffney thinks it's out, he's given it on the field. But this looks as though it's decked back miles. Just watching on a big screen, that's gone a long way back. It's hit him just above the pad on his back leg. So it's hit him above the knee roll on his back leg. So his right leg, but his right leg is a good meter or foot inside the crease. It hasn't hit the bat, it's missed the bat by miles, but it's missed everything, it's missed all protection. The ball's pitch, it's nipped back, it's hit him in front, and it's hitting umpire's call, and Harry Brook has to limp off. It was a good delivery from Akashdeep. I would have reviewed it just because of where it's hit him above the pad, and it's decked back a huge amount. But unfortunately for Harry, it's hit him on the back leg with his feet inside the crease, and it's gone on to hit the top of the stumps. I mean, that's nearly unplayable. It really is. It's a great bit of bowling by Akashdeep. He knew straight away, did Akashdeep, that was out. He hardly turned around to look at the umpire. He's waiting for Chris Gaffney to put the finger up. And Chris Gaffney, yes, it's umpire's call, hitting the top of the stumps. But I think it's a good decision. Harry Brook got nowhere near it with the bat.
I asked you yesterday to how it was that Akashdeep was getting such prodigious, and it is prodigious, seam movement, and yet there was so little for England's prime fast bowling trio, and it's just incredible. I mean, there's a secret in Akashdeep's wrist. He's got 4 for now. England are 83 for 5. It's almost exactly where they were in the first innings. 1 run difference.
Yeah, but if you go at it, man, when I talk about aggression into length, you're bowling the ball into the pitch. You're hitting the pitch hard with aggression, with wrist snap. And if you look at England's bowlers, Chris Woakes is not a wrist snap bowler. He's a pitch up bowler. He's a swing bowler. He's a kiss the surface bowler. Where the other two, in Carson and Tongue, they're more heavy bowlers, that their aggression is a little bit shorter in length. And on a slow surface, the ball will just loop and not deviate as much as or you're in a challenging position of the top of off stump. And I think that's why Akashdeep is getting so much joy.
Here he is again, outside the off stump. New batsman's Jamie Smith, hero of the first innings. Rebuilding from 84 for 4. 84 for 5 and now 83 for 5, so it's a very strong sense of deja vu. Ben Stokes has 3 from 11. Jamie Smith, that's his first ball, and England have lost today. Ollie Pope bowled off the gloves, played on by Akashdeep for 24, and now Harry Brook trapped LBW with an absolute ripper from Akashdeep. Nipped back, so I just thought it might be doing too much actually. Here he is once more, Akash. And it's played away by Jamie Smith behind square on the offside. It was a very interesting piece of analysis on Cricinfo this morning from Sidharth Monga, who's of course been a tremendous addition to our commentary team, just pointing out how effective the new balls have been in this test match and at Headingley, and equally how ineffective the balls have been after about 25 overs old. Here is Akashdeep again on the back foot, punched away by Jamie Smith for 4. That's such a good shot. We saw so many of them in his glorious first innings of 184 not out. But Harmy, and he's linking it all to how the balls are deteriorating. The Duke's balls are deteriorating much quicker than they used to, and the pitches are being so ineffective. But India have been incredible in this Test match. They've taken 5 wickets with the first new ball and had to wait 60 overs for the second new ball before knocking the rest over.
Because of pitching up the ball, the ball into the pitch from a good length of around about 5 metre mark, and there's caused some problems, some deviation, movement sideways. Like I said before, Wokes is a pitch up swing bowler who kisses the surface. Prashad Krishna, Josh Tong, Bryden Cast, they're more hit the deck bowlers from a tall length, back of a length. Slowness of the surface has taken the effect out. The only one from England that's been effective is Ben Stokes.
Prashad Krishna into Ben Stokes with the bat, and that's pushed up to Shubman Gill at mid-off.
So far in this series, the bowlers that have been as successful at asking questions in and around the off stump are the bowlers that bowl a little bit of a skiddier trajectory, who hit the pitch hard rather than look to kiss the surface. And that's what Mohammad Siraj has done here. That's what Akash Deep's done here. That's what Jasprit Bumrah did at Headingley, and that's what Ben Stokes has done at Headingley.
Here's Prashad Krishna. Looked like a slower ball. He was attempted the slower ball Yorker, and it's clipped away for 4 by Ben Stokes through mid-wicket. Sometimes it's an optical illusion, but he was certainly, it was a Yorker length, almost, just missed the Yorker length, slightly too short, which allowed Stokes to clip it away. Don't get fast bowlers attempted to bowl too many Yorkers in Test cricket, but maybe he just got it wrong.
Yeah, and he was floated again. It was probably read on the speed gun about 85, 86 miles an hour. And it was a no ball, so he's stepped over the line, so compounds the misery for Prashad Krishna. But got to bowl it into the pitch. In England, if there's anything in the surface, any inconsistency, hit the thing hard.
Prashad Krishna in again. Stokes defends out towards mid-wicket. Washington Sundar Fields. 92 for 5. Stokes 7. Jamie Smith 4. Chris Wokes to come. And we all know Bryden Cast can bat, but if England have still got 4 hours of cricket left when Bryden Cast comes to the crease, then the save is going to be a massive, massive ask. In fact, you'd have to say 2 hours from these two minimum, really, minimum. You would think Ben Stokes and Jamie Smith. Here's Stokes coming forward again to a full-length ball from Prashad Krishna. Guides it to backward point, no run.
That's better from Krishna. That's much better. That's the length he's got to. That's his length he's got to seek in England. That fuller of length, trying to drag the batter forward, but bowl it. He's tried to bowl, fuller of length, and he floated a Yorker, which ended up being a leg stump half volley, clipped for 4. Bowl the ball into the surface on a good length and you'll get rewarded. That's what Akash Deep's done. That's Tier 5, England. Hit the pitch hard, but don't hit the pitch sort of halfway down or back of a length, because the pitch has got it's slow. Try and get it up there.
Here's Prashad Krishna in again. That's full and outside the off stump. Stokes leaves it alone. Really interesting that Shubman Gill is spending a lot of time talking to Prashad Krishna at the moment, and the only thing that makes me slightly uncomfortable is that he seemed to be getting quite technical with him, and he's holding his 2 fingers together as if he was demonstrating a seam position and whatever. It's one thing for the captain to ask for a certain type of delivery from a fast bowler. It's another thing to tell him how to bowl it.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when he's never bowled in his life.
Exactly. Prashad Krishna in outside the off stump. There's no run. Michael Vaughan might well have said to you, I want you to get him hopping around. I want you to make his life uncomfortable. He wouldn't have told you how to do it.
No, he would be dragging forward. Make sure you're dragging him forward. Bowl it into the pitch and drag him forward. He wouldn't be telling me how to do it. Nasser Hussain, to be fair, did exactly the same. He didn't tell us how to do it. He was just trying to reiterate the plans, but he was a little bit more forceful, a bit like Shubman Gill there. And once Ian Botham on commentary said, if I was Steve Harmison, I'd be throwing the ball at Nasser Hussain because he's telling me what to do.
Ben Stokes defends the last ball of the over out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's just the thought that's making me laugh of of either of Michael Vaughan or Nasser Hussain come to you and say, can you imagine if they, Harmy, I think you're just falling away. I think you're losing your left shoulder a bit. You'd tell him to get lost, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. I don't really need you to compound the misery of I know I'm falling away. I don't really need you who have never bowled a ball. I don't tell you when you miss a straight one to start playing with a straight bat. So, yeah, there could be a little bit of an issue there. But when Shubman Gill's just got 550 runs in 2 Test matches, I think as a captain you just let him talk, and sometimes as a bowler you just don't listen. Good morning, Mel. Good afternoon, Mel Farrell.
Hey, good afternoon, Harmy. As you leave, we're going to be joined by Jarrod Kimber as we take you through the next half an hour. Akashdeep running in, bowls driven up to mid-on by Smith. A run there, some clapping, and well, what an interesting start, delayed start it has been, Jarrod Kimber.
Hi, Mel.
I said, interesting start, hasn't it?
Hi, Mel.
Oh, I've so missed working with you, Jarrod.
It has been an interesting start, hasn't it, Mel?
Thank you for that input, Jarrod Kimber, as Akashdeep turns, runs in from the Birmingham end. Bowls, oh, it's a play and a miss from Smith. Good bounce again, just beating the outside edge of the bat. And there has been extra bounce and nip today.
There's been a little bit of everything. I don't know what Harmy thought about the Harry Brook one. Did he say that was off a crack? I wondered if that might have hit a crack. It came back so savagely as well. So it just looks like the wicket's doing a little bit more today. I don't know if that's covers being on it or whatever. Well done to you for saying that we'd have a delayed start yesterday, by the way. The only one I heard pick that.
It's because I'm local. Next ball from deep. It's just turned into square leg by Smith. They'll come through for a single, brings Stokes on to strike. That's my local knowledge. I've been going out and looking out the back in the morning, and people were telling me, oh, it's coming from in front. No. Go and look out the back where they serve lunch. That's when you know. And I went out there and thought, no, we're not getting on.
Yeah, but you told me yesterday.
Well, that's because I am psychic. I felt the hairs on my arms spring to life yesterday, and that was a sure sign. I felt it in my waters. But it has been India's session so far. Brilliant bowling from deep, who's running in now around the wicket. And just driven straight back to deep by Stokes. Deep gets his hand to it, doesn't go any further. I mean, it's interesting that Jamie Smith comes in actually in a very similar situation to the one he came in as far as the score goes, but it feels a million miles away from that situation as well.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me is we're at the 23 over mark. This is about when the balls have been getting soft. And so I think India need one more wicket now. And if they can't get another wicket in the next 5 or 10 overs, it could still be a grind.
Yeah, lots of things in play as deep is in. Oh, and my goodness, that ball, Stokes didn't know whether to play it or leave it. In the end, it's come off the face of his bat, which was pointed down, and it's ended up rolling out towards, well, deep fine leg.
I think he believed he was bowled here, just for a moment, because he started to walk off. So he leaves the ball, goes off the toe of the bat. He thinks he's bowled, and he starts to walk off. He's just not sure where the ball is for a second. He takes a couple of steps off the offside, and then he suddenly realises, oh, it's just gone down there. I can just take a run. There's plenty happening. I think they've got about 4 overs here, Mel. And if they don't break through here, could be a grit and grind day.
Unbelievable that we think that as Smith waits. In comes deep, and he has flicked that fine. Goes all the way down to the deep fine leg boundary. It is the shot of a player in form at the moment. Smith just did enough. So the end of that over, 98 for 5 now, England. They're still 510 runs behind. That is pretty much irrelevant, you imagine, here now.
They're
Stokes on 8.
below
Smith
the
on
rate.
9. They're below the run rate. It's a shame we couldn't calculate Duckworth Lewis Stern for this. All the jokes upstairs have been happening.
I saw your colleague, or our colleague, Rory Dollard being very upset at you even mentioning the rate, at looking at the rate, at discussing the rate.
He's got no sense of humour.
Didn't appreciate when I told him they were below the rate. He didn't want to hear the word rate.
Oh, yeah, they started off needing almost 6 and over. That's crept up. New over begins. Prasid Krishna is driven straight up the ground by Stokes. There's a misfield as Siraj ends up face planting into a pile of sawdust.
He's taken his jumper off. It's in every part of him. He might need to go off and have a shower.
Well, Shuman Gill.
Oh, his sunglasses were in it too.
Oh, Shuman Gill had to go and clean up that. It's another couple of runs that have been scored, which brings up the 100 for England. Siraj is dusting himself off. It was a proper face plant into that sawdust as well.
He did well to keep it in a pile still. In fact, it should be flattened out all over the ground there. We can confirm he has got the sawdust out of his jumper. No, he hasn't. He's put his jumper back on. He's still pushing it.
Here's Smith now. Stokes, I should say, on strike still.
I kept low that last one as well.
It
that was,
did.
if you heard the ooh, that's what it was. It was outside off stump, and Stokes has spent about 8 seconds patting that part on the wicket. If that comes back the other way, he's just bowled. I just don't think you could hit that ball if it keeps that low.
It's precarious stuff at the moment. Ball just nipping around and doing things. We've seen a couple of wickets fall already this morning, or this afternoon really, I should say. It's skewed my relationship with time, these new session times.
It's always tenuous anyway.
Prasid Krishna is in. It's a short ball, and Stokes just pulls his head out of the way of that one. There has been a lot of extra bounce, you would say, today as well.
Well, the last ball ran along the ground, so there's been a lot of variable bounce is probably the best way to put it. There's been bounce of various kinds, not the kind you want if you're a batter who needs to bat for another, 70 overs or whatever it is for the rest of the day. So, it's why the ball will get soft, and when the ball gets soft, variable bounce can continue, but it's slower and it doesn't bother you as much.
Stokes taps his bat, in comes Prasid, and that one has got him as well. I think it's a bit of bat in there. The ball ends up rolling out towards point. You hear the big ooh and the ah. It's been quite a contest this morning that the Indian fans have come en masse.
Very good day 5 Indian fans. They're very good in the UK. Quite a few times we've covered test matches here, and they've come in for day 5.
Well, they've bought the Bhangra band, and they've been doing a little playoff with the Barmy Army trumpeter. I think the Indians are winning. Next ball is played late and into the ground by Stokes. Just goes out into the gully region, no run.
The reason I'm talking about the soft ball is something that Sid Monga has written. I'm sure he can come on and explain it better later on. But the Dukes balls are now epically soft, and we've been talking about it for quite some time. But this series, it's really showing. It obviously plays a big part with the pitches. It's funny that the Kookaburra balls are getting blamed for so many runs being scored. There's a lot of runs being scored earlier in the year with some soft Duke balls as well. So there is a bit of an issue with the cricket balls in the UK at the moment.
Prasid Krishna in around the wicket. That's a good angle. It comes back into Stokes. Again, the ball just skews off into the offside. No run.
So I think the average between overs 30 and 80 in this series has been 100. So that's why I say we're at the 25th over mark here. Get a wicket in the next couple of overs, and then you're into Chris Wokes, and even if it's tough, you don't have any issue. You don't want these two getting a big partnership. It should be said at the moment that Ben Stokes does not look in great form, but Jamie Smith certainly does. So you want one of these guys out soon, I think, if you're India, to make it an easier day. You don't want to, get down to the other end of the day, especially if you're Shubman Gill and you declared late.
Yes, well, with that rain this morning as well, as we prepare to start a new over from Akashdeep, 105 England. We have lost 10 overs for the day with that rain, as Deep is in over the wicket. Oh, and it's a play and a miss, and Deep thought he had Smith for a moment there. Rishabh Pant had to dive to his left, that ball moving late. Those orange, bright orange gloves of his flying to encase the ball. Akashdeep has bowled absolutely brilliantly in this first session.
That ball was just incredible. And again, it's so many times he's just got incredible movement on these deliveries so far. But yeah, just another one there where it was just almost too good. There's certainly a lot more in this wicket at the moment. If this keeps up all day, it won't matter. There's no way England is going to be able to bat out the day.
Smith waits as Deep comes back in again. This time it's outside the off stump and played more comfortably out to point. Jamie Smith, I find him a bit...
Would you say he has chest and arms?
He does have chest and arms. What he also does is, I find his setup hypnotic. He doesn't just tap his bat. He does this thing where he very carefully places his bat, and it's like his whole head and shoulders come down.
Yeah.
There's a wire connected from the bottom of his bat to his eyes.
It's a very uncomfortable early stance. He gets into a normal position afterwards, but...
So there now as Deep is in, he gets behind it, plays it up to mid-on, no run. Yeah, I actually wrote about it the other day because I noticed it when I was commentating on a Surrey match, and I do find it genuinely hypnotic. I almost wonder if it's almost a little micro meditation for him. It's almost happens in slow motion. I don't know if I just felt a drop. Did you feel a drop?
I spat on you.
Oh. Oh, now I'm going to have to go and get a rabies shot.
Just jump through the sawdust like Mohammad Siraj.
Here's Deep once more. Next ball. Oh, it's the same kind of delivery to Smith. It's come back in late. And Rishabh Pant has to dive again to his left. That's how much movement he's getting. Jamie Smith's smiling, but it's a smile of a man who knows, oh, he could be in trouble soon.
That's hit a crack. That has hit a crack and gone sideways. He could have been bowled LB and caught behind on that delivery. That's just unplayable. There's nothing you can do. The cracks have opened up. There's no doubt about that now. That absolutely ragged sideways. And this is tough now. Even with the soft ball, this is going to be tough.
It looks fraught. Smith waits. In comes Deep. This time it's come off the outside portion of his bat, but only as far as the gully. Oh boy, don't take your eyes or your ears off this one.
Don't take any part of your chest and arms.
Keep your chest and your arms ready as well. Every part of your body. It's absorbing stuff here. That rain, it has delayed things. It might have seemed like it gave England a bit of a boost as far as reducing the amount of overs they would have to bat, but it's really brought the seamers into play once more, while the ball is still got some hardness about it.
Catching short mid-on at the moment, and catching short mid-wicket.
In comes Deep, bowls, and that is in the air, and it's between those two short fielders. Goodness gracious, mid-on will go and collect the ball, but the plan was a good one. Smith just managed to get it in between.
Akashdeep is now saying to Shubman Gill, what you should have done is put the fielder exactly where he hit that ball, and Shubman Gill's walked away as if to go, mate, we knew it was a chance. We brought the extra fielder on, he just missed him.
Well, the idea was right if you've got them round and about in the right spot, but ultimately they took 2 runs, and now the end of that over, England are 102 for 5. Stokes is on 10. He's looked scratchy. Smith is on 11, and he has been the recipient of some virtually unplayable balls, despite the fact that he looks quite good. 70 overs remaining today. Whether we will need them all, if the ball keeps behaving like this, I know that we will.
We still haven't seen Siraj bowl an over yet, have we? I know it's early. I think they want the pitch hit a little bit harder early on.
Prasidh Krishna in, and that ball is just driven gently by Stokes up to Mohammad Siraj, fielding at mid-on. Maybe he's still trying to get the sawdust out of his woolly pulley.
Woolly pulley?
I heard that on the county circuit and I liked it.
Okay. Some things can stay on the county circuit.
Do you like Woolly Pulley?
I don't know how I feel about it.
I like a bit of rhyme. A bit of rhyme is all right. But Akashdeep, well, what a test match he is having. Next ball, though, from Proceed. Ends up going down to fine deep third. They'll come back for a couple. So Stokes, it's not looked particularly convincing by Stokes so far.
No.
But so important for England that he stays out there. He's done some miraculous things in the past, Ben Stokes, but he just hasn't looked quite the same with the bat since he came back from injury in particular, or from that surgery.
No, he's been bowling brilliantly. His bowling's been out of this world.
But it's Stokes now on strike. He plays that ball straight back to Proceed, who picks it up on the bounce and shapes as if to throw. And yeah, he has been bowling brilliantly. Sort of looks like he's just swapped as a player in so many ways. That period before he had the surgery, you always thought that his knee looked like it was made of poppadoms, crunching away there.
Well, the interesting thing about that is a bad knee injury actually affects your bat path. So it means your bat path comes from wider. But he would have got used to that, and maybe now.
And as Proceed is in once more, that ball just slammed into mid-wicket by Stokes.
It might have just changed, put him off balance slightly, that his knees actually feel okay again. And so I would assume, and I'm just guessing here, we've never actually heard 100% what the knee injury is, but I would assume that it was no cartilage and he's had a synthetic cartilage put in, would be my guess, and obviously then taken off all the weight. But it's just an assumption.
2 slips and a gully in for Ben Stokes now. As Proceed, it's in once more. He drives square into the ground. It's taken in the covers. There was a bit of a cheer from the crowd. It was taken on the bounce quite clearly, but they're the ones who believe today, the India fans. It was England fans yesterday singing "Stand Up If You Still Believe." They were standing up in the England dressing room as well.
They've been sitting down for quite some time.
Like the music starting up, the India fans will be on their feet if they can eke out another wicket in this next little period. Stokes taps his bat. In comes Proceed. That's just driven up to mid-on again by Stokes. No way through there. And how do you feel, as I note it's actually the end of the over, 104 for 5.
Sai Siddharth was out on the field. KR All's just come back on. Comfort break.
Comfort break. How do you feel England go about batting here? Just bat normally?
Looks like they're going to, doesn't it? I mean, I think at this stage, the sort of dead batting that we might see makes a lot more sense when the ball if the ball does go soft. As I said, if it goes soft and there's still cracks on the wicket, that may not help them anyway. But if it does go soft, that's when you see that sort of, old school defense. I don't think we've had a team bat out a draw since I think it was Pakistan versus New Zealand 2 years ago. We just haven't had teams do it. So that sort of old school, I'm not going to play any shots at all style is very, very rare. And maybe South Africa, I think Bangladesh might have tried it in one test match as well. It just doesn't happen as much anymore. So I think they'll bat normally until the conditions change. 2
catching mid-wickets now in as first ball from Akashdeep in the over is driven, well, beautifully through the covers. It's going to be stopped in the deep. Good sliding save, but they get another couple of runs.
Crowd enjoying Ravi Jadeja out on the boundary there.
Everyone enjoys Ravi Jadeja out in the boundary.
It was a good slide.
He was coming into third base.
I felt a little bit like it was for the cameras.
That's harsh.
No, but I mean in a good way. Him just thinking, there's a little bit of moisture here. I reckon I can get an extra metre on this slide.
He's so quick. Not Jarrod. I'm talking about Jadeja. They've still got those 2 catching mid-wickets in there for Smith. In comes deep. Next ball, again just played out though into the offside. So Smith very conscious of perhaps that previous ball that he chipped into the dangeries, and if they'd had that field that they've got now, when he had played that shot in the previous over, he probably would be out.
Yeah, both these captains are very ball followery. We see that a lot.
They're what?
Follery.
Follery.
Yeah.
Sounds like a disease.
Yeah.
I've got a bad case of follery.
Ball follery.
That sounds worse. Okay, here comes deep over the wicket. Again, Smith studiously playing that into the offside. Take it completely cleanly, but open the face.
I thought Sidharth would come on here. I'm just watching him out on the boundary. It doesn't look like he's warming up. I just thought that last over from Prashant Krishna, they might think it's worth a go with Sidharth now. We might also, with the foot marks, they might just bring on Jadeja. We haven't seen him warming up either, so maybe Prashant is going to bowl another over. A bit of a delay here because KRL has been, has been polishing the ball, waiting for Jadeja to turn around at mid-off for about a minute.
Well, Jadeja just did roll his arm over then, so maybe we are about to see him. But deep is in, bowls to Smith, who drives that on the up, and he just manages to get it past Jadeja at mid-off. 4 more runs for Smith, 4 more for England, takes them to 110 for 5, and Smith has already moved on to a runner ball 17. He is certainly in fine form.
Something that you notice there, and you'll notice it if you've watched it in Indian games over the last couple of years, it might be something I talked to Sid Monga about before, is how good India are at having assistants around the ground to go and get the ball. So that was hit for 4, and Jadeja went off after it, and there's a guy out on the boundary who works for India who ran around to get it for him.
Next ball is full and just driven to one of those catching mid-wickets. They've also got one in front of the Holly stand.
Yeah, that's not one guy.
No.
I mean, it would be crazy if it was one guy who's running from end to end. They usually have 4 or 5 of them. I can see 4 off the top of my head at the moment, and they move around a little bit as well.
I can see 4 with my eyes, but
With
if you
your
can
eyes?
see out of the top of your head, that's
Yeah,
very...
off the top of my head.
Yeah, they're all out there. They are very good at that. It's just it's an interesting thing. I don't know if any other team does it.
I haven't seen it yet. I've heard of other teams talking about doing it, but it makes sense. You spend a lot of time picking balls up from boundaries in cricket now.
They've pushed one, catching mid-wicket out. Next ball is moving again as Jamie Smith tried to turn it on the onside, misses it. And at the end of that over from Akash Deep, England 110 for 5. There are 68 overs in the day. They require, it's under 400 now, 500 I should say, 498.
Still behind the rate though.
But they're still behind the rate. 68 overs, so a reminder we did lose 10 overs. And we're just losing Jarrod Kimber as well. I think I'd rather lose Jarrod Kimber than 10 overs at any time. As we just have a little pause now for drinks. So Stokes out there has looked scratchy, and he's on 10 off 32. Jamie Smith has looked fantastic, but he has got some absolute zingers of some deliveries. Is that how you see that at the moment, Steve Harmison?
Yes, I think Kashdeep has bowled very, very well at Ben Stokes, and all morning, to be fair. Jamie Smith come in a bit like Shubman Gill, and he's looked as though he's in a good bit of form. He's seen the ball nicely. England captain hasn't batted a lot this year, so spending some time in the middle, but full credit, that first hour is all down to the brilliance of Akash Deep. We know that he's a new ball bowler. We know he struggles with the older ball. He's left-handed. His record against left-handers is very, very good. He's made it difficult for Ben Stokes and obviously for Harry Brook and Ollie Pope before him. So England have just sort of stemmed the tide a little bit. There's still a hell of a long way to go. But Akash Deep, just talking to Stuart Broad upstairs, and that could be a challenge at the slope from the pavilion end at Lord's. If you've got Bummer at the other end, there's not a great deal of respite like there is here today, where Siraj hasn't hit his straps that much, and Prashant Krishna hasn't. He's backed up the quality of Akash Deep, but Bumrah would be another story when they get to St John's Wood.
Absolutely, and I wonder your thoughts on the way the pitch has behaved this morning, because it does look like perhaps it's hit a couple of cracks at times as well. We were wondering, there's been some extra bounce at time, a couple that have shot through low. If the ball does get soft, if England can keep this partnership going, once the ball starts to soften, do you think it will still be very difficult to bat?
Yes, there'll still be something there. There's a demon there. It's 5 days deterioration. So yes, I would imagine there is a demon in there. The spinners have got to come into play eventually, especially with left-handed Ben Stokes out there with the foot marks that could be on offer for Jadeja. But I think all in all, I think the only one that really has been a problem on this surface has been Akashdeep. He's found that full length with huge amount of aggression into it. The one that Harry Brook looked, just seen it on TV before, it looked as though it hit a crack and deviated a long way, Mel. So yes, I think there will be some deterioration on the pitch. You know what? A man has asked me the other day, is it no good for test match cricket? I don't think it's ideal for test match cricket. I think for this England team, it's probably their biggest kryptonite ever. Anything slow, anything with no real sort of pace and bounce in it, England team really, really struggles on them types of surface. I can understand when it's in Pakistan or in India or in Sri Lanka or in other countries when we're not preparing the pitches, but surely grounds around this country should be preparing the best pitch possible for the England cricket team. And here, I don't think it's ideal for Ben Stokes' side. We've got Neil Manthorp was taking Mel Farrell's place. Mel will be off for lunch. I think lunch is 2:30 for the players, but it stops at 2:30 for us, so we've had to grab ours, manners, haven't we? We've had a nice bit of chicken, a few potatoes, carrots, and a bit of chocolate mousse. And not gravy on me chocolate mousse, but I had a bit of gravy on it. And I think you had something similar, didn't you, Neil Manthorp?
It was very good.
Enjoyable.
Very, very good indeed. I certainly wasn't going to be able to wait until 2:30, which the players are going to have to do. I mean, I'm not sure that how many players actually eat a proper lunch. It's more of a sort of protein drink and a snack bar, isn't it, these days? Not like the good old days. Here's Mohammad Siraj to Ben Stokes, plays defensively up on the offside, and there's no run. Michael Atherton tells a wonderful story of his first ever game for England, and John Embury was the England spinner, and I think when that would have been 90, 89, 88, 89,
something like that, yeah.
And Athers was absolutely gobsmacked. And at tea on the first day of his test match, here is Mohammad Siraj again outside the off stump, left alone by Stokes. John Embury had a bit of shandy.
Yeah. My first senior game for Durham as a 17-year-old was the Scarborough Festival, where you had 25 overs lunch, 25 overs 10-minute change of play, 25 overs tea, and obviously the last 25 overs of a 50-over game. And at lunchtime, in the middle of the marquee, in the middle of the table, on the players' table, there were pints of bitter and cans of, I think Yorkshire was sponsored by Tetley's. So they were all there. Well, I wouldn't say my drinking started at a legal age, or well before that, but I wouldn't say I was tempted either, but a few did.
Forward comes Stokes, steering this one behind square on the offside. No run, 110 for 5. What dates you, Sid Monga? What makes you feel old now when you think back to when you started watching cricket or covering cricket? What's changed most?
I worry about the smokers. Where do they go?
Do you know that there's a lot more cricketers smoke than people realise?
Yeah, I mean, they're human.
Around the wicket now, Mohammad Siraj, and that's defended by Stokes up towards mid-off. When I started covering Test cricket, there were those big ashtrays on stands in the changing room, in
the corner.
And the smokers, it would be like, I mean, when I took international flights for the first time, there was smoking section at the back of the plane. And it was like that in cricket changing rooms. It's like tell the smokers to get into one corner.
The smokers used to have to go in the showers. You sit the showers away, stick that on. There's about 5 of them sitting on chairs. My first Ashes tour, when we landed, where would you have landed? Hong Kong, Singapore, something like that. And I mean, the doors opened, and I've never seen grown blokes run as fast as they can, straight to the smoking cubicle. It's like a greenhouse in the airport.
You don't need to smoke in those rooms. You just stand there,
didn't you?
Shiraz again, outside the off stump, and there's no run. I must say that the smoking rooms at Dubai International Airport, whoa. Yeah, I sometimes, if it's in the middle of a long journey, I sometimes think, well, maybe I'll go and have it. And as you say, you just open the door, walk in, cough a bit, walk out again.
I'll tell you what makes me feel young is I've never been on a smoking flight. Ever since I've started flying, there have been
and
no
it was
flights.
the most hilarious thing because, sometimes you'd be in row 24 and the smoking section started in row 25. So you have people behind you outside the off stump now that's left alone by Ben Stokes, and there's no run. And as the years progressed, the smoking section decreased by a row a year, and then we'd be down to the last 5 at the back of the plane, and as if that made a difference.
It made a huge amount of difference, didn't it?
And
couldn't open the windows in the back of the plane, could they?
And if you were on like Egypt Air or Air China or something, there weren't enough seats in the smoking section, so everybody would just walk to the back of the plane and smoke in the aisles.
And they are eternal optimists, They haven't removed the ashtrays from the toilets in the planes.
Oh yeah,
They're still hoping for the laws to change.
I'm trying to think. On that Ashes trip, I think we had more smokers than non-smokers. Graham Dilley was Graham Dilley, great fast bowler from Worcester, and he's part of the Botham's Ashes in 1991. Dill was, Shane Warne used to have like 3 packets of cigarettes stacked up, and whenever he went through one, there would be another one sent and put to the bottom of the pile. I mean, there was about 3 in his mouth. When you were walking through Singapore, there was 3 in his mouth in this greenhouse.
Jadeja's into the attack. Forward comes Jamie Smith, defending out to Silly Point, and there's no run. 110 for 5. Sid, you wrote a fascinating article yesterday. I mean, it required a lot of work. I suppose the evidence is all there for it, but you had to compile it and put it together. Chopped away now by Jamie Smith for a single to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, in which you said, India basically have used the first new ball brilliantly, taken 5 wickets, then had to wait 60 overs for the second new ball and used that one really well too. So it sort of explains how effective the new ball has been, how ineffective the soft one.
Yeah, and also before we get into the balls, I think this is a rare test where the batting might end up deciding the result, because England have not been circumspect in those 30 overs.
Jadeja into Stokes. That one turns and bounces, and Stokes looks like he's playing a spitting cobra and whips the hands off the bat as he defends it.
Usually we say bowlers win test matches. Here, England, they are true believers in their philosophy, and they've played the way they have. But there have been a few loose wafts in the first 30 overs that have lost them wickets. And then when the ball is soft, they don't have enough batting left to make the most of it. Whereas India have been the other opposite.
Jadeja in again to Stokes, and this one once more turns and bounces. Remember, the rough is, such as it is outside Ben Stokes' off stump, so Jadeja is aiming for it, and he's hit it the last 2 balls.
This pitch might have finally broken up.
Just the footmarks outside the off stump for the left-hander, and Ben Stokes is gonna have to go the sweep or the reverse sweep here, because he doesn't back his technique going forward.
Jadeja, quicker one, and it's hit the pad and bounced out to slip. Caught by, is that KL Rahul?
KL Rahul.
Yeah, it is.
Not back, he is back in his technique, but he's probably thinking, right, it might be easier to play reverse sweep or sweep rather than the forward defence. He's got a good field set here, Jadeja.
Jadeja in once again, defended by Stokes once again, and well, that was a very encouraging first over from Ravi Jadeja. found the rough outside Ben Stokes' off stump. The trouble for India now, Sidharth Monga, is that they've now that they've got 5 wickets, they're in a situation where they're going to be absolutely despondent if they don't win.
Well, if it comes down to the weather, if it comes down to those 10 overs that we have lost to rain, I don't think you can plan for it, because even at Leeds, even at Headingley, there was forecast and the rain never arrived. So I don't think if it comes down to those 10 overs and not winning, I don't think they'll be that despondent. But
66 left, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. I think that for the rain point of view, Sid, that's one argument. The declaration is probably the other argument. If they do come in, England bat, or if there's any more rain and England bat through, yes, I 100% agree. I don't think they should be looking at the rain and losing 10 overs. But I think what they could do is they could say, right, we've left England 600 and 108 overs. We should have left 120 overs.
I was completely lost on your argument yesterday when you said that 110 is the ideal number, because you don't want, if you can't get them out in 110, you don't want your bowlers to be bowling 120 and then in 3 days' time turning up sore for Lords.
But what I was meaning that little bit more is you give an extra time for that second new ball when you know for a fact that this is a new ball surface. It's a new ball game. If you get 2 good chunks with the new ball's done. The new ball's now starting to go a little bit softer, so you're looking at 30 overs. If you get 30 overs with it now, and then you've got the comfort blanket of 30 overs with it after tea tonight, then you should be able to take the 10 wickets you need. You lose 10 overs tonight. You lose 10 overs this morning. That knocks down the effect of the second new ball.
Yeah, it just brings it down to about 15 overs.
Siraj in again, and this one is clipped out towards mid-wicket. That's good diving stop from Washington Sundar. I just think that, in India's case, if you had primarily an all-seam attack and just one spinner, then you wouldn't want them bowling more than 120 overs, certainly. But with Washington Sundar and Ravi Jadeja, they can bowl 15 overs each in a session. Just chew up a session, and get your seamers off, have a rub down.
True. But what's encouraging for India is that the pitch has started to do more from the dry. Those 2 balls that Akashdeep got wickets with, the one that kicked at Pope and the other one seamed in appreciably.
Siraj to the crease now, and that's turned away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for an easy single. Is that not got more to do with the skill of Akashdeep rather than the pitch?
It wasn't happening in the first innings though.
Well, he did bowl. He got Harry Brook with a Jaffa, didn't he?
Yep. But it wasn't doing it this often and this much. There was a rare ball that would just nip back in or the other way. But of course, you have to meet the conditions that are required for a ball to seam, which is to have a high release, have the seam upright. But still, after that, what it does is also a little bit to do with the pitch. There was a good piece on Sky where as Siraj runs in.
To the crease now, bowls. Stokes dries, doesn't time it. Out to Captain Shubman Gill at cover.
There was one ball before the one that got him the wicket, which was held like an outswinger, and it went with the seam position going towards the slips, and the other one was slightly canted towards fine leg. Very slightly canted towards fine leg, suggesting he did want to bowl that ball to seam in. Not as big as that, though.
It went like an off-cutter. Off break. There's Siraj in again. Stokes defends, and there's no run. 112 for 5, England. I mean, he's just a highly skillful.
He's a highly skilled bowler, yeah. But the challenge is how you use him, and I think Shubman Gill's used him really well, and I think going forward, we talk about the 2 spinners bowling 15 overs in the middle of the day. I think you've got to try and bowl 15 overs out of Akashdeep at the first 40, and then say, right, we'll give you 40 overs off. Try and work if you can get off the field for a little bit. We'll bring a substitute on, and then get him ready for the second new ball.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can get them 6 down at 40 overs, that's his job done.
Siraj in again, and slashed away by Stokes for 4. Nobody on the 3rd man boundary. Again, we've got first slip, second slip, 4th slip, and a backward point, so there is a big gap. And Ben Stokes found it, hit down hard, powerfully. He's on to 14 from 45 balls. England 116 for 5.
Yeah, it's good from Stokes. He's still looking to score. He's still looking to be positive. He's trying to put pressure on Mohamed Siraj, and anything that's got any sort of width. England, both Smith and Stokes, have to be positive in their movements. And what they have done so far, and Ben's been a little bit more cautious because he's trying to get himself in. Obviously, Jamie Smith's in a great bit of form here.
Driven by Stokes as that's misfielded by Shubman Gill at extra cover. It did bobble a bit. He dived, Shazvi Jaiswal, I should say, and it did bobble awkwardly because it's bounced at one of the old wicket ends, and he thought he had it covered. Just need to be grateful in that situation they didn't hit you in the forehead or the teeth. So 4 runs to Stokes. He's up to 18, 120 for 5. My only sadness about the excellent performance of Akashdeep is that we might not get to see Arshdeep sing. He's one of my favourite. I just was so keen to see how he would go in a test match.
Yeah, everybody was, because he has the even higher release, which also he does swing the ball, but he also has a higher release, which gives you the best chance to nip the ball more. So yeah, and the left arm angle we haven't seen in this series all the while.
You might see him at Old Trafford. If you think that if Jasprit's going to play 3 and 5, you might see him at Old Trafford. Krishna come out.
I mean, looking at how this management has looked at batting depth, I don't see them playing 4 fast bowlers.
Unless they can bat.
No,
it could be 3. Yeah.
You could have
Krishna,
yeah. Krishna comes out of this one, goes there, the next one, and comes in. Bumrah
Spot
comes
on.
in, and then when Bumrah comes out, Arshdeep Singh comes in, especially with the off spinner.
Jadeja in again, quicker one. Jamie Smith on the back foot, punches it through mid-wicket, and there'll be 2 more here. It's not about the runs really, it's more about the overs today. That doesn't mean to say that I won't give you the score. It's 122 for 5, but more importantly, there are 64 overs remaining after this.
But the batters have still got to keep a tempo. They've still got to keep a tempo of rhythm, and that is their own tempo, which obviously in this England team is a little bit more aggressive.
Jadeja in, quicker one. Jamie Smith defends, no run.
I just wonder, looking at how much the ball did from the far end for Akashdeep, would Siraj have been better off bowling from that end until the 40th over?
I was perplexed that Prasad Krishna started off this morning. I thought it would be just the obvious to go with Arshdeep and Siraj. 123 for 5.
Yeah, I get that, but I also look at it and think, right, Akashdeep is so good dragging a batter forward. How do we, if we've got Siraj doing the same thing, the batter's constantly coming forward. So if we can get Krishna on to maybe push the batter back, give them a few more on the back foot, and all of a sudden, if it does a little bit and nips hard in and around the off stump, the batters, going back from one end, coming forward from the other end, they're mixing their rhythm up, and all you have to do is one indecision. I don't think there's any indecision on Pope or Brook this morning, but I think that probably helped.
Here's Jadeja, sweep shot from Stokes, just as Steve Harmison suggested. That's why he's here, Sid. If in doubt, ask Harmy. He has the man with the answers.
Absolutely spot on with that. I wouldn't have thought of that.
Yeah, so Krishna's bowled back of a length, kept the batsman on the back foot, and Stokes defends now. The other thing I wonder is how much of an effort, if at all, they make an effort, Jamie Smith makes to face Jadeja rather than Ben Stokes, the left arm spinner into the rough outside Stokes' off stump. Not that Ben Stokes needs looking after, but it's part of the rhythm of saving a test, isn't it?
And Stokes does not have a good record against Jadeja. In the last test also, he was only reverse sweeping him and got out, and we see today he has not tried the reverse sweep, and there is rough outside his off stump for Jadeja, so there is a bit of jeopardy for Jadeja bowling to Stokes.
Yeah, I agree, and I think I'd be more encouraged. I think I'd be more suited or more happier if Stokes reverse. And it sounds silly, and I'm very good at sounding silly, but I'd be more happier if Stokes reverse sweeping Jadeja than sweeping, because I think with a sweep shot he's got 3 or 4 men on the boundary. I think with a reverse sweep, there's a man stopping a 4. I'm not sure what he's doing out all the way out there, and there's nobody really in no man's land where the reverse sweep he can get. So these players are so good at reverse sweep anywhere. Yes, in the past it might be a high risk, and it is probably a high risk,
Mohamed Siraj is in again to Jamie Smith. It's him on the pads, heading down the leg side. 123 for 5.
But because the fielders, you're looking at a risk element. Trying to defend from the crease is getting very, very hard. Short leg, man round the corner, man at leg slip, man at slip for the one that goes straight on. You're a little bit of a sitting duck if you're trying to defend it like that. So then you have to think, right, how do I combat that? Do I go sweep shot? A man at 45 and 2 men in the deep, that's high risk. The reverse sweep, that's probably an easier shot for somebody like Ben Stokes, a more comfortable shot that these play now. Ben Stokes and Ben Duckett are very, very good on the reverse sweep. But he's England captain, and if he got out playing the reverse sweep, I mean, you can see the headlines, can't you? So this is the conundrum that probably is going through Ben's head at this moment in time. He probably does want to reverse sweep, but if he loses this test match and he gets out for a reverse sweep, what's the story and the narrative going to be?
Surely he wouldn't bother about that. Surely. Siraj in again, pushed away out on the offside. I say that slightly tongue-in-cheek because he does get a bit tetchy about ill-informed criticism.
He wouldn't be bothered about that, but I think it would still be something in the back of his mind about playing that reverse sweep. And if he got out doing that, then I would imagine the level of criticism that he wouldn't be bothered about, but it would come towards his team and how England lost.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that it does not matter to me if we are not looking at what people are saying, but how much do you really get out of that subconsciously?
Siraj in once again. Jamie Smith plays almost a French cricket defensive shot here. It ends up almost chest on. That one seemed to keep a bit low.
You might not want to look at the headlines, you might not want to read, you might not want to watch any analysis shows, but it's all there and it can subconsciously kind of, enter your mind frame. How do you really guard against that?
From an experience point of view of Ben Stokes, 100 and whatever test matches, I mean, he wouldn't care. But it come against his team, some young players in there and a little bit more criticism, then I think he probably would want to protect his team from that. They might not see it externally, but internally, from his point of view, he's got a responsibility and a job to do as a leader of the pack.
Partnership of 40 between these two. Jamie Smith again plays defensively, and there's no run. Talking of experience, Homie, I want you to use your imagination and tell me what you don't know because we can't see inside the change room, but I want you to tell us what Josh Tongue might be thinking now as an experienced number 10 yourself. Is he thinking, oh, I'm going to have to walk out there with 10 overs to go, aren't I? How's he going to be spending the time?
Yeah, he'd be nervous. He'd be thinking about what's going on. He'd be watching. I would hope he'd be watching, as the ball is bouncing and whether it's turning and all that. So he should be taking the knowledge in. But you thrive on these moments. This is what we do it for, Manners.
No, Josh Tongue doesn't play cricket to bat to save a test match. Here's Mohamed Siraj in again, pushed out on the onside, no run.
You don't, and you are right, you don't, but I tell you what a feeling it is when you're out there and you defend the 10 overs and you walk off. I mean, you feel like Don Bradman when you walk off. It's a little, if you can't do it, we'll do it sort of thing when it comes to Matthew Hoggard. You asked Hoggy how he felt. I mean, I was so nervous.
2005,
so nervous.
Trent
2005 at Trent Bridge. Hoggy and Jarrod are the best seats in the house. They were in control. Everybody else is passing up and down and nervous, trying to get a pad on Simon Jones's medical boot. I mean, it was so nervous in the dressing room. There's only one place you can be because you've got a bit of control.
Siraj in. Jamie Smith looks to drive through the offside, doesn't make contact, or doesn't time it. I think it's Sai Sudarshan was on the field, the substitute. 123 for 5.
Batting in the middle order, we used to, wait. We used to hope and pray wickets fall soon so that we get to bat. Do you kind of look forward to that kind of a challenge?
Depends who's bowling, Sid. It depends who's bowling.
Brett Lee.
That day it wasn't high on my agenda to bat because Brett Lee was bowling I remember Hogarth tells a brilliant story, and I don't want to sort of spoil it for anybody that watches him after dinner, but he says he walked out to bat, and Asher Jars just looked at him and he says, there's a little bit going on here. He says, Brett Lee's bowling, he said something else fast, yeah, and Shane Warner's turned it square. So Warney's the hardest to face, so I'll take Warney. You take Brett Lee, and Huggy as a world-class night watchman and a good man who can't get the thing off the square. He was like, I'm really looking forward to facing Brett Lee bowling 95 mile an hour.
Jadeja in Ben Stokes' defence. So Gilo said, I'll take Warne.
Yeah, Gilo said
you take Lee.
Yeah. And it was the right thing. I mean, it's the right thing. Brett Lee's bowling quickly. He's either going to bowl your head or your feet. Warney's going to turn it past you.
Oh, he's dropped him a leg slip if it carried. It's a Shubman Gill. That has turned and bounced from Jadeja. It's hit either Ben Stokes' bat or pad, and we don't know whether it carried to Shubman Gill at leg slip because he's got his back to us, but he dived forward.
Come off the glove. I don't think it has carried. I think he's just got it on the scoop on the way up. Has he got it on the scoop on the way up? It's just short of him, yeah.
Off Stokes' glove. He sweeps now and makes no contact. He's, as you say, Harmy, he's a bit of a sitting duck if he doesn't do something, try and hit Jadeja off his line. He can't just defend out of the rough, not with the way speed that Jadeja bowls. Stokes has backed away as Jadeja was into his run-up. Again, he gets through his overs quicker than any other bowler in the world.
Just wonder if Gill's a bit too deep because he's worrying about the top-edge sweep.
He's been hitting the forehead fielding at slip, hasn't he, once already?
A good point from Harmy. I want to encourage the reverse sweep and not discourage it by putting the man back there. You have him in for the miss hit, not for the...
Jadeja into Stokes again, defends, fielded it short leg, no run.
Right now the reverse sweep fielder is for one that is connected properly and to keep that 4 down to 1. You want him up, encourage him to reverse sweep.
Jadeja in again, and Stokes is forward defending. There is nothing to dissuade him from reverse sweeping at the moment, is there? I mean, he's not going to hit it in the air down to deep backward square leg. 123 for 5. More importantly, there are 62 overs remaining.
Yeah, the only person that's not the sort of discouragement of reverse sweeping is in Ben's head. That's it. Ben's probably weighing up the options, and I think Shubman Gill, I'd just gamble. No, you're not gambling. You're just saying to Ben, right, either bring that man up deep mid wicket and put him at silly point in front of him, and say, Ben, there's all that acreage out there for you to slog sweep it. I'm happy for you to slog sweep it. And if he hits a couple, all of a sudden, he's in a little bit of hit mode. At the minute, Ben's in defence mode against Jadeja. Put a man in front of him, and then all of a sudden he can't just lean forward and go like that. I wonder if Gill was too deep at leg slip, because he's thinking if he top edge sweeps this and it loops over the top, I can then get back. That's a negative thought. I think he was just deep and it didn't carry because of that.
2 short mid wickets here for Jamie Smith as Mohammad Siraj bowls full and straight. It's driven up to Gill at mid on. No run.
At 123 for 5, looking to force a result. This field tells you what they think of the balls and the conditions. There's just 1 wide slip, 2 men catching on the leg side in front of square, and that's it. 2 men back on the hook. I don't know if the ball will get that high, even if you dig it in. So they are now looking for non-traditional modes of dismissals. Bold LBW, of course, you want to attack the stumps, but they are looking for a catch to short mid-wicket. They have 2 of them now.
The figure was 30 overs, wasn't it, in your article? That's driven off the back foot by Jamie Smith and just slightly fumbled initially by Sidharth at extra cover, the substitute fielder.
Washington,
sorry. So that's the cut-off point, wasn't it, for you? There was 30 overs, and we're into the 35th now. So the ball is now soft.
And exactly, the first over that Krishna bowled after the 30th in the first innings, that was the over where he tried 6 bounces. So even they are thinking around 30 now, we need to start looking at other modes of dismissals, or just contain for, not in this innings, but generally in the first innings.
You were saying it's a 50 over field for about 60 overs, or the middle overs of a 50 over game for about 60 overs. Flicked away by Ben Stokes, timed up beautifully. Fine leg glance in both senses of the word. It was very full, very straight, and very much easy runs for Ben Stokes.
Yeah, good shot. Straight down leg side from Mohamed Siraj, but I would go back to that plan. I thought they ditched that bouncer plan too early. I really did. I thought they ditched it too early. Smith and Brook were having a go. I would bring it back. I would bring it back now from this end. I really would. I would say you've got to try and gamble to get these wickets, and if you're not getting them on a conventional way because you feel as though the ball's not doing much when it's pitched up, then see if England will go into hit mode with a short ball.
Siraj in again, bouncer to Stokes, ducks underneath it. Certainly getting into position to hook. Oh, that's called a wide. Hello. Shafudullah from Bangladesh has done very little this test match. And I mean done very little, good or bad. He's kept his hands in his pockets. But that was a bold call, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I didn't think that was a wide as such. I thought that was...
He got that nudge from the square leg umpire,
Yeah.
definitely.
Oh, right, yeah, of course, yeah. Well, he's been a bit more proactive as Chris Gaffney. But, Stokes certainly, I think, was surprised. Slip in a gully, or slip in a fourth slip. Short, pulled away, 4 runs. That is an aggressive shot from the England captain, and it was off the middle of the bat. He hasn't actually timed the ball very, very well during the course of this innings, but that will perhaps give him some comfort.
So interestingly, Mornay Mokkal, who's India's bowling coach, yesterday said he did not mind the short balls being bowled, but he does not want to do that at the cost of nicking batters off. So you don't become too predictable. You don't have 4 men out on the hook and no slips. You don't do that. You still keep making the batter think you have to get forward and then bowl the bouncer.
Mohamed Siraj stops top of his run-up. As I say, a wide first slip, and then maybe a fourth slip. 2 men at cover now, catching, and that's one of them. Nitish Reddy he's stationary at cover actually, so you have to call him a catching cover, although he's not very close. And it's driven straight to him along the ground. 133 for 5. Ben Stokes 26, Jamie Smith 23. 61 overs remain after this one. The 2 men out today. Ollie Pope bowled off his gloves by Akashdeep. It just bounced a bit. Pope didn't look to be too much wrong with his defensive position, but the ball just ricocheted back onto his stumps. And Harry Brook, LBW, to Akashdeep, who's been outstanding in this test match. Provided his body is fit and willing, and it'd be a great surprise if he doesn't line up in the 11 at Lord's 3 days' time. Stokes defends now as Siraj is in once again. He's pushed out square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. I suppose I was about to ask you a question, Sid Monga. I can ask you off air, but in fact, while you answer that, Melinda Farrell will take over from me. I've heard sometimes Mohamed Siraj pronounced Shiraz. Is that just an error?
Yeah, it's Siraj. He's not the fine red wine. He might age like one. And I welcome Mel to the box.
What have I just walked into? I don't think I want to know. Thank you, Sid Monga.
It's more of a balcony than a box, Sid.
Yeah, that's true. Jarrod Kimber.
When me and Mel are
joining
here,
me.
it's like Statler and Waldorf.
Oh, except not as funny.
But even grumpier.
Would you actually describe me as grumpy?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, famously. Everyone says that. I think I can cover Statler and Waldorf on my own for grumpiness.
You are a muppet, to be fair.
Hey.
Here we are. It is Jadeja to continue bowling to Smith, who sweeps firmly, finds the boundary, got it into the gap, goes very fine, and takes the score to 137 for 5. And Jarrod, we were on together half an hour ago, and you did say that his ball was about to get soft, and it was going to become perhaps easier, unless someone like Jadeja can start finding that rough. He's in now over the wicket to Smith, who just clips this one to mid-wicket. They've got a slip in for him. They've got a short leg in there as well.
Yeah, I think they need a couple of wickets out of that now. It'll be easy for Chris Woakes as well. He doesn't like the short balls as much.
In comes Jadeja, is on leg stump and again played to mid-wicket. There's something going on in the Holly stand. There's some excitement out there. I'm not sure what for.
They've been trying to get Indian players to turn around for quite a while. I heard the kids yelling for Kuldeep Yadav, so it might be he might have turned around.
Here's Jadeja. Next ball, that skews off the outside edge of the bat, and they'll run through for a single as KL Rahul jogs out behind point to pick it up and give it a rub, a shine. They try and work it to see if they can get it to reverse at some point. It's going to be difficult.
But yeah, so I do think they might have got these ends wrong. I don't think the rough is as bad at this end, and there must be a reason why Jadeja wants to bowl from this end. So I'll back them rather than my judgment, because I'm a lot further from the wicket than they are.
In comes Jadeja, and Stokes is right over that one. Eyes on the ball, presses it out into the offside.
But I think Siraj's best ball to Jamie Smith is going to be bowled from the other end. But yeah, look, I still expect India to win, of course. It's just they might just have to grind a little bit more.
Stokes waits as Jadeja is in. Oh, and he's got something on that, and it has gone between Rishabh Pant and the first slip who's in there, and that has run away. So a streaky little boundary there takes England to 142 for 5. Stokes 26, Smith 28. And just a reminder, 60 overs remaining in the match. We lost 10 overs with that delayed start, the rain that was around Edgbaston earlier. It's a long way now off for England, of course. It probably was before play started. But Stokes again, he's not been far away from his stumps a few times.
Yeah, I'd love to see that again. We haven't seen a replay at all. Seemed to me like it rolled a little bit, but there's no replay, so it never happened. It's dead to us.
We don't have a monitor out here, so we're reliant on if there's one in the big screen. Next over begins with Siraj bowling to Smith, and he just punches that one out to point. No run. A little hush here now. It's actually a fantastic crowd, I have to say, for day 5. It really is magnificent. Yesterday, during the day, at the start of yesterday, day 4, they'd sold 10,000 tickets for today, and then they sold another 5,000 tickets during the day.
The really interesting thing is how much more these fans stay in their seats. not as much.
Smith waits. In comes Siraj, and he's beaten the fielder at short mid-wicket. There were 2 of them there, but he gets it in between the 2 of them. It won't go for 4. There is a sweeper out there in the deep. Another 2 runs. The feature of Jamie Smith's first innings was just the timing that he had. And he has got strong chest and arms, as I might have mentioned. But it just has meant that when he's seeing it well, he's able to find the smallest gaps to place the ball.
Just catching up on that ball from the end of the last over. It did roll on the ground, and he was very lucky not to bowl Stokes. It was wide enough away, but I don't think he would be happy that it rolled along the ground.
And there have been some treacherous moments.
Treachery is a good word, isn't it? That's how I see our relationship. Treacherous.
I'd say really, really annoying. They've just dropped one of those catching mid-wickets, just back a touch to conventional position. Here's Siraj, and he's just played that one square down to deep square leg. They'll stroll through for another single. Jamie Smith's just batting normally, which is what we were suggesting that they probably would just want to do. He's being positive, and that's not positive as in, well, we're trying to chase this down, but he's just batting how he bats.
Yeah, I think they're both batting normally. It's just that Stokes is just struggling a little bit more. He's got the foot marks, and he just isn't picking the ball up. Smith is seeing the ball really well. Even the Akash ones that were flying around next to him, he's still seeing the ball really well, whereas Stokes just isn't. Starting to see it better than he did when he first got to the crease, but he's not fluent at all. So I think they're both just deciding to bat normally.
So they've stacked the ring on the offside for Stokes as Siraj is in, and it actually plays that straight back to Siraj, who shapes the throw, and Stokes has his bat in his crease, and Siraj just underarms it back gently past the stumps.
Can I just say, there was a chance of a run out there in a Johnny Bairstow style thing, because what happened was he threw the ball back at the stumps, Siraj, and he underarmed it along the ground, and Stokes left the crease after that, thinking the ball had gone back to the keeper. But if first slip had walked over and picked that up, it's not dead ball, and Stokes was just midway down the crease. First slip wasn't awake to it, but it was a really odd thing to leave the crease at that point when the wicketkeeper hadn't got the ball yet.
He's there now, Stokes, as Siraj is in. He defends that firmly into the ground, rolls up to mid-off where Shubman Gill picks it up and just makes a few hand gestures at his troops. Yeah, you're right. Stokes hasn't looked fluid. Maybe this might be good for him in the long term, just spending some time out there in the middle.
Yeah, not having to worry about runs as well, just bat normally. They've got a deep point for him now. Okay, so this tells you how bad he's playing at the moment. They've decided to give him a single to keep him on strike here, Mel.
Yep, they've spread the field. That's pretty extraordinary.
We'd like to keep Ben Stokes on strike.
Wow. Well, one ball remaining. In comes Siraj. Ben Stokes just swivels, and ball has gone down to long leg. He is going to get the single. They thought about two, actually. Decided against it, and it's the end of the over. England now 146 for 5 with Stokes on 27. It's come off 63 balls, by the way, and Smith, he's on 31. The partnership is worth 63. Normally, when you see the field spread for Stokes, you think of Australia and the Ashes at Lords or at Headingley. That was in 2023, or Headingley.
Cape Town.
2019, yes. Yeah. Where basically he's on a tear, and they're just hoping that he doesn't get a hold of one, and they've got catches on the boundary.
Also, he was desperate to get off strike there. He didn't. He from the minute he hit that he wanted to, it was always a risky two if he came back, and he was willing to take the risk, and Jamie Smith was not. And I think Smith was right. I just don't think there was any reason for them to take that run, which does tell you, again, a little bit about his confidence, a little bit about how he's not enjoying these foot marks at the moment.
Well, he's going to be facing Jadeja. Leg slip, short leg, catching mid-wicket. In comes Jadeja. He sweeps hard, and he's got that away. He's found the gap. It's very fine, too fine, but he managed to get a wide enough of leg slip, and that brings up the 150 for England with that Stokes boundary. He moves on to 31, equal with Jamie Smith. He's got there quite differently. Didn't come out. It played well.
He watched Jadeja then. Jadeja was quite excited by that shot.
Jadeja in once more. This time is a stride forward and a prod at that one. It was almost aerial, and it ends up dropping to the ground and then just taking a couple of bounces to KL Rahul, who's there at slip.
He's not missing these by a little bit. I think he's missed that by quite a distance.
Next ball in, he sweeps again, sweeps hard. This time it's going to go straight down to the fielder at long leg. He takes a single, so that does get him off strike. It's not quite there for the England skipper.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of risks here just to get off strike as much as anything. And again, he just exposed his stumps. Can't see how he can continue to do this against Jadeja all day. So it's up to Smith to take more of the strike from this end where possible.
He's got a lot of space on the offside. First ball is just punched straight back to Jadeja.
We covered a test match in Ranchi, Mel, and that test match in Ranchi, it was almost impossible for the left-handers to face Jadeja. So Peter Hanscom just decided to face him all day.
He's in now, Jadeja. And that one, that's popped up, and it's not come off the bat. It's gone straight to slip.
Smith's now going, yeah, I don't want to face him either. I think that one's come out of the foot marks. Yeah, unplayable. Not much Smith could do about that. It's going to be tough for the rest of the day for England.
Jadeja in once more. Well, Jamie Smith has an almighty swipe at that one. Doesn't get it on that occasion. Ball just rolls out in front, and it's the end of a pretty fraught over as far as England are concerned, with the ball coming out of Jadeja's hand and doing all sorts at the other end.
I think this just shows that modern England's tactics are, that ball's out of the rough, I will try and hit the next one for 6. It's not how you block out a draw. I understand the thinking, but I don't think there's no reason for Jadeja not to bowl every ball from that end for the rest of the day into the rough until he gets a wicket. I just was saying as well that I think on one of those sweep shots, Stokes has hurt his groin just a little bit. Usually not a massive problem, but a problem if you are trying to smother spin all day, and we're going to see spin from both ends now. So now he's got to face the off spinner at this end, putting the ball into the rough and spinning it away from him, and at the other end spinning it back into him. It's not an easy challenge. Be interesting to see how Washington Sundar bowls to Smith, though, because he won't have foot marks for Smith.
I do love that they did have the wrong bowler up on the scoreboard. They had Nitish Kumar Reddy up there, and I was like, no, that definitely doesn't look like him. It is Washington Sundar, and he's doing those little baby steps that he does at the start. He's working it out. Just he puts the heel of one foot against the toe of the other, and it reminds me when you see the movies when a policeman asks someone to walk a straight line to prove they're not inebriated.
Well, what's interesting about that is that's what you do in under 15s cricket, but you can not prove that you're uninebriated. But
what were you doing in under 15s cricket, Jarrod?
Quite rough in playing around Broadmeadows in Melbourne, but he should have just had his run-up marked at the start of the day, like everyone else does on the carpet. I don't understand why he wouldn't have had his. Anyway, he's worked it out now.
He's got a slip and a silly point in. First ball, though, he strays down the leg side, and that's quite comfortably put away by Stokes for a single. Just turned it around. Yeah, that was quite interesting. Little dolly steps. That's what you used to call them, dolly steps. Well, I don't know if you called them dolly steps, but that's what we used to call them, dolly steps.
In orange.
In orange. It's funny you're talking about Ranchi. I've often thought about that week in Ranchi.
Do you remember when I got a standing ovation for using a video game?
Yeah. We did found the one piece of entertainment in town, and that was an arcade. And we spent an inordinate amount of time in there. And you're a bit of an arcade fiend. Right, Sundar over the wicket. And Smith just presses this out gently into the offside. No run.
Yeah, if you've never played the game Final Furlong, where you can ride a horse. Me, Mel, and our producer Aria riding horses, and they're turning around and seeing 40 people behind us watching us.
In comes Sundar, gives himself room now, Smith, and laces it away, but it's stopped in the covers. So they'll just get the single, brings Stokes back on to strike. This will be interesting.
If Jadeja fields that cleanly, they don't get a run. I actually think they want the run there. Washington's just got to get his line right here. Just outside off stump in that rough. He can do that from this end all day. It's very hard for Stokes.
Around the wicket he comes to Stokes, who just gives himself room to defend back to Sundar. Breeze is picking up. The clouds are just becoming a little heavier. There's no more rain forecast, but the wind has picked up. In comes Sundar. Again, he's strayed on the leg side. Ball just dribbles away from Stokes. And, Rishabh Pant has to go and remove one of his bright orange gloves. I was down at Taunton commentating on the Somerset game against Nottinghamshire, and Ishan Kishan was playing, and he has bright blue gloves. It must be a bit of an India trend at the moment for wicket keepers. Sundar's in. That's a prod forward by Stokes, straight back to the bowler to finish off his first over, at the end of which England are 153 for 5. The score feels almost irrelevant at the moment. Stokes is on 33, Smith on 32. The partnership is worth 70. I guess the overs is what we really want to keep an eye on too. 57 remaining.
If you could pick any colour wicket-keeping gloves, Mel, what would you pick?
Purple.
Makes sense.
What would you pick?
I think I'd be trying to match them to my hat. Because everything else is white, isn't it? I think a fuchsia. Hot
Fuchsia?
pink.
Oh,
Something like that.
magenta.
I could go magenta.
First ball, the next over from Jadeja, and Smith tried to just curl that around the corner. Doesn't get it at all. A little ooh as it pops out in front of him.
Do you remember when the Sydney Sixers?
In comes Jadeja, and that's just played to the fielder short leg gently. I think that's Jaiswal, is it, underneath the lid? It's got a woolly pulley on.
I think it is. So what you want to do, I can give you a Jaiswal tip if you want. You're looking for high waist. He's a high-waisted man.
Okay, I look at the shape of his head.
It's hard to do in a helmet.
In comes Jadeja, and that's a step forward from Smith, and just
You
plays
can always
that
see his waist.
in front of Jaiswal. I see what you mean by the high waist. Yeah,
High-waisted man.
He is a high-waisted man.
We talked about it the other day. Mike Hazeman, Curtly Ambrose are the high-waisted men in cricket.
I tell you who has a high waist.
I cannot wait to hear this.
Jadeja in, bowls to Smith. Again defended straight back to the bowler. Jason Holder. And you know how I know? Because I've had to interview him several times. And I have to stand on a chair normally to interview him. It's Jadeja over the wicket, defended back to him by Smith once more. But I was interviewing him once and I said, do you mind if we try sitting down? And when we sat down, we were exactly the same height. Exactly the same height. It's all
That would be
his
like
legs.
Curtly, wouldn't it?
Yeah. In comes Jadeja, next ball, just played to mid-wicket without too much drama by Smith. That's the end of the over, 153 for 5.
Yeah, good over, but he just didn't manage to hit the foot marks, but absolutely no problem with that. He was putting the ball in the right area over and over again. He now needs to be backed up by his young off-spinner at the other end. I've got a photo of you interviewing Boyd Rankin. What would he be, 6'8", 6'9"? I don't know if I can't remember if it's him or Jason Holder who's taller. But we had a camera operator, Graham, who was about 6'1", who was still on his tippy toes to look in his camera as well.
And I look like I'm Frodo Baggin's little sister.
And then I think you might have done Andy McBride after that, and he might have been shorter than you.
I do love that photo. It's one of my favourites. I basically come up to his waist and I'm holding the microphone above my head, and I'm the Statue of Liberty. It's a great photo.
Yeah, I always wonder if when they're hiring people for the NBA, they have to make sure that you can't be less than 6'1" or 6'2".
All right, Washington Sundar, the drums have started. Stokes on strike. First ball, just plays that past that fielder hovering at short leg now.
I like this. They've got short, fine leg up now. So if he wants to play the big shot, he can. But they don't want him to just flick the ball off his pad and take a single and get off strike. They want him on strike.
Around the wicket comes Sundar, and he does try to turn around the corner. There's the appeal. Did it flick the bat? Was it the pad? The umpire remains immobile, and Ben Stokes is standing there leaning against his bat with one fist on his hip.
I liked that originally, but I lost energy with it, I'll be honest. But originally I thought he hit that. My first instinct was he hit it, but I don't think he has.
Well, we're just seeing another replay on the big screen. Very hard for us to really see anything from so far away. Stokes wasn't interested. They haven't reviewed, so they must have decided that he didn't get any bat on it. But they are hunting. Stokes there as Sundar comes in and he takes a long stride forward, and this time it is given. Ben Stokes is being given out, and he can't believe it. He's just standing there. He's asked for the review straight away, has he?
Yeah.
Yep. He can't believe that.
Not straight away, to be fair. He walked down, he's unsure. He originally thought he hit it. I'm not sure he did hit it. It looked like it was pad first to me. Yeah, I just looked at Army. Harmy's yelled out pad first to me as well. To me, it just looked pad first, but he wasn't sure. I think he might have hit his pad. And so he was confused, so he went down to talk to Smith, but they have to review it, they don't have a chance. But it looked dead plumb to me. I gave it out from here. Gave out the last one too, though, Mel.
Yeah,
that's pad first. Absolutely no doubt he is gone, I would say here.
It hit him quite low as well. He was a long way forward.
And there, it's just hit the pad before the bat, and Ben Stokes is going to be going. He hasn't walked yet. Sometimes when you see that, you just start to walk. He's just waiting for the actual Hawkeye review. It's going to be hitting all three. It's hitting all three.
Yeah, top of middle. So India do get the breakthrough. It's Washington Sundar. The changes work, spin at both ends. And Ben Stokes hasn't looked particularly comfortable the entire time he's been out there. He departs on 33, the 6th wicket to fall. And now India into the bowlers and the tail.
I really think just little things in cricket matter a lot. Once that fielder came up, is that it? Are we going off for the session? Once that fielder came up for the sweep, Mel, it meant that he didn't have the easy single and he had to really think about his batting, and he got a little bit more stuck on the crease. And once Washington got the ball in the right area, and he hasn't bowled particularly well to Stokes in the 6 or 7 balls he's bowled to, but once he got him in the right area, he was just stuck on the crease a little bit, looking for another option. And that's really, really good cricket from India there as a team, as a unit, as a collective.
Well, it really has been. They've been unbelievably good today. There was a period of resistance in the middle there, but when you look at the way India came out, and particularly Akashdeep bowling at the start of that delayed session, he was on fire. He did for Ollie Pope, had him bowled. Harry Brook departed LBW for 23. And then this period of resistance with Ben Stokes and Jamie Smith until they turned to the spin twin attack. And Ben Stokes just hasn't looked fluid. He was being tested. They were giving him singles to keep him on strike. That tells you something in and of itself. But bringing on the 2 spinners, the rough, they were getting some turn. And a terrific ball from Washington Sundar. Wicket of England's captain for 33 runs. LBW just on the stroke of tea.
And I think it's very important, just because, as I was saying before, Mel, once they didn't get that 6th wicket straight away, to be the spinners who stood up, and poor Jadeja, who's done all the work, hasn't managed to do it. Once the spinners were bowling well from both ends, that's when Stokes was at his absolute worst, and it's going to be very, very hard for England to get out anything from this game now. I'm just going to go out and say I don't think they'll win anymore, Mel.
Thank you for that insight. As always, brilliant from you, Jarrod. I think you're right. And I'm so discombobulated by these times. I've just said tea and it's actually officially lunch, which has really got me, because it's 2:35 local time here in Birmingham, here at Edgbaston. Now, as we head into lunch and see you on the other side, the state of play is that England are 153 for 6. There's still 450 in the day that might be relevant, but with only 4 wickets in hand, it is all uphill for England now.
Welcome back to Edgbaston in Birmingham for the start of the penultimate session in this test match, which was delayed by an hour and 40 minutes at the start of play because of some very heavy rain. Which fell at the scheduled start of play, and then another light shower after that. We eventually got underway at 12:40. Everything has been delayed. We're able to make up all but 10 overs of the time that was lost. So it's an 80 over day rather than a 90 over day, and India have made extremely good progress, claiming 3 wickets after England resumed this morning on 72 for 3. They're lunching at 153 for 6, more like tea time really. It's the 3 wickets that matter most, and in fact it's the 55 overs, Jarrod Kimber, which matter even more.
You and I, between us, would have covered, what, 650 test matches maybe? I know some of them overlap, but not that many. How many times have you and I ever seen lunch moved? It can't be many.
Well, lunch isn't normally, it's the immovable feast, isn't it? I mean, you know, this one hasn't just been moved, it's been relocated.
Yeah, it's in a different county.
Yeah, different game. Anyway, it was very nice, chicken and roast potatoes.
I didn't have the collie, but the collie looked exceptional, and I think I made a mistake.
I asked for the cauliflower, and they said, you can't have that and the chicken, that's vegetarian.
Yeah, I know. I think it's a seconds thing. I should have gone back and got it for seconds.
Okay, we're about to get underway. Chris Stokes will face the remaining 3 balls of this over from off-spinner Washington Sundar. There's a slipper silly point and a short leg around the bat as Washington is in edged. First ball falls short of slip. KL Rahul dives across to his right, takes it just short of the half volley.
It's a strange thing to say after that first ball where he's almost gone out. But temperament-wise and technique-wise, Chris Stokes might be the one player who is built to bat out a session and try and draw it for his team. He's got to do 2, but
2 sessions, that's right. And there's no more rain on the forecast, the radar. Stokes forward comes pushing at this one firmly out on the offside. Nitish Reddy tidies up, 153 for 6. Stokes faced 2 balls, 1 left in this over. Jamie Smith is 32 not out. Captain Ben Stokes dismissed for 33 in the final over before lunch. Trapped LBW. He looked a bit nonplussed. Ball just brushing the pad first before it hit the bat. Stokes now was troubled slightly by this one. Bit of turn and bounce from Sundar. Finally, there's something happening for the bowlers. But Akash Deep's been outstanding. 4 for 58, his lunchtime figures. And I'm sure it won't be long before he's given the opportunity to try for a 5th wicket. 55 overs remaining. We've had 41, which means that potentially, if we get them in, India will have 16 overs with the second new ball, which could possibly be very significant. Got the 2 spinners operating at the moment. This ball has gone soft. It's gone past the 30 over mark, which has generally been when the seam has been soft enough to be largely ineffective. But India will hope not for the spinners, as Ravi Jadeja is about to bowl the first full over after lunch from the city end. He's bowling to Jamie Smith, 3 men around the bat for him as well, and he now drives. There's nobody at mid-off, nobody at long-off either. Jadeja had his field at Headingley, and I was utterly perplexed, baffled. And
well, I can tell you who's baffled right now. Jadeja at his field. He's just pointed to Shubman Gill to be like, I don't like it. I don't like this at all. I want someone at mid-off. The funny thing is, of course, we talked about this before, that India now employ people to throw the ball back in for them, so the fielders don't have to go to the boundary. So in some ways, I'm not sure what the point of a long off is, which he's just put in.
Yeah, because they've got a fielder in a blue tracksuit, just the other side of the rope. He can't catch it, but he can return it. So that we do now have a long off. That obviously went for 4. Jamie Smith driving into that vast acreage, unmanned acreage, as Jadeja's in again. Smith this time clips it through mid-wicket, where the man has just been taken from, and they go through for a single. Smith moves up to 37. So not only is he now the possessor, or the owner I should say, of the highest score in an innings by an England wicketkeeper, he has also the highest match aggregate for an England wicketkeeper, passing Alex Stewart both occasions, 173 and 204. Jamie Smith 184, and now 221.
Interestingly enough, Jadeja's going to stay over the wicket to Wokes. So foot marks it is.
4 men round the bat now. Wokes pads this one away. He's pitching outside leg stump. They're almost a perfect square, aren't they?
Wokes should throw the bat down because he's in Birmingham in honour of Dermot Reeve, who, when he would pad up the ball, would throw the bat away, right?
So he couldn't be out if the ball spun and hit him on the gloves, or even hit the bat. Here's Jadeja again. Wokes is forward, playing defensively. There's no run.
I think they changed the laws, didn't they, to stop Dermot's mischievous ways.
Here is Jadeja again, and it's pushed defensively up on the offside. I've always had a slight problem with the ICC or the MCC changing the laws of the game to abandon anything that's a bit innovative and fun. I didn't see the problem with throwing the bat away. I mean, provided you're not endangering the close fielders, there are lots that can go wrong.
When I first heard about the story, I thought that's what he was doing. I thought he was throwing the bat. So, and
no, he was just dropping it.
No, I get that. But when I first read it, I thought he was pretending to play a shot and letting the bat go and go, oh, I'm sorry, silly point. I seem to have hit you in the chin. Maybe that's just where my brain goes.
Far more disturbing, I found, was when the MCC changed the laws of the game to outlaw fake fielding. I think that's one of the...
I do like fake fielding. I still do it sometimes by accident.
I love that. When you pretend to have fielded the ball to prevent a bat or dissuade a batsman from taking a run. Sundar in again, defended by Jamie Smith. No run.
Would you rather have a record, a world record, or a law change after you?
On the back foot, chopped away by Jamie Smith. Straight back to the bowler, Washington Sundar. Steve Finn.
I was just chatting to Finney, actually. Yeah, I should ask him. I think he'd say world record because he didn't like the law change for him, did he?
No, he didn't. Here's Sundar in again. It's clipped away through the onside, through mid-wicket. Chase around the boundary for Mohammad Siraj, and they go through for a couple. So Steve Finn instituted inadvertently a law change because he used to get so close to the stumps when he was in his gather, in his delivery stride, that he often removed the bail of the off stump when he was getting into his bowling stride. And it was in a test match against South Africa, and Graham Smith backed away because of the distraction, but it wasn't a dead ball in those days, and they changed the law for that occurrence to become a dead ball. It's chopped away by Smith for a single down towards backward point.
Dead ball or no ball?
Dead ball. Isn't it dead ball?
Thought it was a no ball, but maybe I'm misremembering. Either way, it didn't,
I think we're equally unsure.
Either way, it didn't put off Graham Smith. He was just doing it for a tactic.
Driven now out towards extra cover, and they go through for a single. Wokes pushing that one quite nicely through the offside into a gap at extra cover to get off the mark. 162 for 6. Remember that the target for England is way beyond their ability unless they have this game extended by a day, and I don't think that will help much either because there's 6 down. 446 is the target, but survival is the main purpose here. That one is chopped away by Jamie Smith. It's a lovely shot for 4 backward of point. In fact, it's actually down to third man. Jadeja does the chasing and fielding and retrieving, and Smith moves up to 44. Chris Wokes has 1. It's the overs that need to be survived that we're keeping our eye on primarily. 53 is that number.
Yeah, Finn's Law, as it's known. It's a no ball. It used to be a dead ball.
Right, so we're both right. So I was right.
You were right back in the old days.
So they changed it to a dead ball, and then it became a no ball.
Yeah.
So I wonder what instituted that change.
Smith.
They just thought, no, from a dead ball to a no ball.
I think it was when Smith started, because otherwise I think it was happening quite a lot, and they didn't, because it doesn't really make sense of it being a dead ball. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it was a silly change, but if you're going to have the penalty, it makes a lot more sense for it to be a no ball.
Jadeja to Chris Wokes, defends to Nitish Reddy at silly point. Silly point, short leg slip.
Because there's no penalty if it's a dead ball. You just have to, unless you've taken a wicket. Whereas if you do it 10 times in a day, you could lose 10 runs. And also, he was trying to put Finn's action off, wasn't he?
Yeah, course. Jadeja into his bowling stride and suddenly stops. Actually, in the delivery motion, stops and looks at the umpire. I don't know what that was about. Anyway, he's back, and Wokes opens the face of the bat, runs it past slip, KL Rahul, down towards backward point. Siraj fields enthusiastically. There's a freshness, a coolness even in the air now. 167 for 6. Wokes on 2. Smith 44. 52 overs remain after this one. India, as I said, if everything goes according to plan, if they need the second new ball, we'll have 16 overs with it before the close of play. Jadeja in again, that defended by Jamie Smith. What a test match he's having. 184 not out in the first innings. And once again charging along, 44 from 62. He just can't help scoring. I don't think he's trying to score quickly, which is certainly was the case in the first innings. Defends this one again.
I wonder how many minutes, this might be for Gary Morgan, I wonder how many minutes him or Gill have been off the field compared to on the field.
Who's spent more time on the field? It's a good question. But let's go in overs. It might be easier for Gary, although it won't be a challenge for him to work out minutes, I'm sure.
Gill has gone off a couple of times, which Gary won't have the numbers on, but not that much.
But he's still officially part of the game. I mean, he's not batting. Jadeja in, last ball defended again by Jamie Smith. I wonder how much of the manipulation there will be going on here between Wokes and Smith. They're both right-handers, so they should have equal difficulty or comfort.
I think this is a good pitch for right-handers against these spinners. The problem is that they're both bowling really well now, so it may not matter, but I think you'd much rather have right-handers batting for the rest of the innings rather than left-handers.
Are there any left-handers to come?
No, I don't think so. Is Josh Tongue a left-hander? No.
No.
Carr certainly isn't. Who else am I missing?
Shoaib Bashir.
He's right-handed.
Yeah. And that's it. That's all.
So if you're looking for a small mercy, it's a tiny one.
It is, isn't it? Here's Washington Sundar, who is bowling well. The other question I'm intrigued about is whether Jamie Smith will try and spread the close fielders. In other words, look to be a bit more aggressive against. The runs aren't the point, but it's you don't want to be hemmed in by close fielders. You want to get claustrophobia. So Wokes plays defensively this time to Sundar, no run. And that would be the only reason that he would. I mean, the runs would be a pleasant byproduct of trying to get rid of those close fielders. Have a few more on the boundary. Less likely of an inside edge popping up off your pad, being caught by a catcher. I think you better do some ball by ball here. You're not going to get a word in with these two spinners.
That was flicked to mid-wicket for no run. I think Washington should come around the wicket here. I think to Chris Wokes, I think over the wicket is a fine option, but I think the angle with Chris Wokes is a big chance of LBW or caught at short leg.
Washington in again. Wokes defends, no run. I'm intrigued by the new advertising strategy with the LED advertising boardings around the ground, rather than having a whole series of small different adverts. If you pay for your slot, then you get the whole stadium for however many seconds it is, and then it changes. So I think that makes a lot of sense. You could probably have the same number of sponsors, but they have a shorter period of time where they are visible throughout the entire stadium. I'd be more tempted by that if I was a corporate executive selling advertising. 167 for 6, he said, with no knowledge whatsoever
of any of those things. That means, though, you don't get the random ones, do you? Was it Edith Cowan University in Western Australia that seems to advertise at test grounds all over the world? Just one little bit.
One tiny little fixed board.
I love seeing the random sponsors.
There are a couple of fixed ones, old school advertising hoardings that don't change, that are made of paint and wood. Washington in again, punched off the back foot out towards the extra cover, and there's no run. 167 for 6.
Well, even the light towers are sponsored now by Drax the Impaler from the Marvel universe, I believe.
What is Drax?
So
what
Drax
is Zoopla?
Drax was a big blue creature he's a humanoid, but he's very, very strong, and he goes around with the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Is that actually what we've now got? KP, which I've discovered don't just make peanuts.
Drax are shaping tomorrow's energy landscape today, but also a character from the MCU.
So it's an energy management company. Well, they would sponsor the lights, wouldn't they? Here's Jadeja into Jamie Smith, beats him on the outside edge, and Rishabh Pant doesn't take it cleanly. What is Zoopla?
Zoopla is real estate. Yeah, some sort of real estate. You can find out how much your house is worth. I think that was edged into his pads. It wasn't beaten.
It actually hit Rishabh Pant on the knee, didn't it? It was quite a thick edge. I don't think we put that down as a drop. And another thick edge, an even thicker one this time, and it's runaway pass slip down to the third man boundary for 4. That was, well, that's India's fault. You need to have 2 slips in. You've got a left-hander bowling over the wicket into the rough outside the right-hander's leg stump, and if he's going to play at it, there's a pretty good chance that there's going to be an edge. And now there's a second slip.
He loves following a ball, doesn't he, Shubman Gill? Absolutely loves following a ball there. Vian Mulder has just brought up his double century against Zimbabwe. 204 off 216 balls there. Heaps.
His first class scores 235 not out for Leicestershire. Here is Jadeja once more. He's a very fine first class cricketer who made an extremely unfine start to his test career. He was trying too hard, pushing too much, and he's captaining the team, South Africa, in that second test and pull away. Oh, there goes Jamie Smith looking for the slog sweep. That answers one of my questions about whether he might try and scatter those close fielders, and that would suggest that that is his objective. 171 for 6. I love the way producer Scott made the shape of a house with his hands when I said, what is Zoopla? Jadeja in once again, just a little roof shape with his hands. That's driven by Smith for a single to deep cover.
What if Zoopla made triangles? Largest triangle manufacturer in the Midlands area.
172.
He's now showing how he would do a triangle.
Wokes on 2 off 50. He's faced 15 balls already. Jamie Smith is 49. Here's Jadeja to Wokes, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. A very quick over. Isn't it lovely to see Jadeja having rediscovered his mojo, having looked so out of sorts and being sort of a peripheral to the first test in Headingley? He's been at the heart of this one.
Yeah, I think he was disappointed, wasn't he, with what happened in the first test, and I can certainly understand why, but you're right, he played very interesting innings in this one, because in the first innings where you kind of needed it, you kind of expected him to bat slow, he batted fast. In the second one where we kind of hoped he'd bat fast, he batted slow, but he certainly bowled quite well at times, and he's in his element here, bowling into the foot marks, and Jamie Smith plays him fine for about 2 or 3 overs, and then suddenly Jadeja hits the foot marks 3 times in an over, and Jamie Smith just can't play it. I would assume it's just something he just hasn't faced a lot of.
Smith on strike as Washington Sundar prepares to bowl another over of off spin. I mentioned yesterday that we might actually get more than the day's minimum allocation if we had a lot of overs over from the spinners, and Jamie Smith now walks forward to this one and punches it out towards diving, tumbling mid-wicket. Karen Nair, yes, it is Karen Nair in that position. I think is he at short leg? Here's Washington Sundar again, and Jamie Smith hits it onto the right leg of Jaiswal, that is, at short leg. No run.
I'm pretty sure in domestic cricket, Karen Nair played with Robbie Uthappa, and he was telling me that he's a bit of a golden arm. Like, very, very rare golden arm, but he was always asking the captains and the coaches if he could bowl more in games. Probably won't get that far today.
Sundar in, good delivery, turn and bounce, really, really vicious, fizzing off spinner there, and we haven't said that on days 1 to 4. Nicely played by Jamie Smith, turns it away, just manages to get on top of it, rides the turn and bounce and turns it behind square on the offside for a single, which brings up his 50 from 73 balls, and he's playing defensively.
Good mix. I think there's more Indians than English fans here today, but quite a few English in as well. Our hotel was mostly
Black Sabbath fans.
Black Sabbath fans, ELO fans. ELO were playing as well, I believe. A lot of Ozzy Osbourne t-shirts. Was Metallica playing as well?
Metallica and ELO were Friday. Metallica and Black Sabbath on Saturday, last night, at Villa Park. And a lot of emotional fans, I must say, in our hotel.
A lot of Americans.
Sharing, and Germans. I
Mm.
didn't know Black Sabbath was so big in Germany.
What? That's the home of heavy metal. Germany, they love heavy metal, don't they? I'm pretty sure.
I thought, I mean, they're born and bred and made in Birmingham, Black Sabbath. They're very much the homecoming for Ozzy Osbourne. Washington Sundar in again, played defensively out on the onside, and apparently he sung a couple of numbers in his wheelchair, but he had a full makeup, and he's obviously not well. And but a lot of emotion, even like the morning after, from fans, none of whom were particularly young, I'd say. Sundar in again, that's left alone. He's around the wicket, so likelihood is that it is pitching outside leg stump, but that was it was well judged by Wokes, wasn't it?
Well judged or just judged, either way. Was it Black Sabbath have been around since late 60s, early 70s?
I'd have said late 70s.
Are you sure?
Yeah, no.
I thought they were a little bit earlier than that. The other thing I noticed is because there was a few cricket fans there, they were making fun of the metalheads. And I remember I was thinking to myself, you do realise you're the same kind of nerds. They just want to come here and drink and buy all the merchandise as well. The only difference is you're sporty and they're not sporty. There's no difference. They wear a black T-shirt and you wear a polo shirt. It's all the same.
I think that if you look at the cricket fans, I wouldn't say that they were sporty. I would say that they have an interest in sport.
Okay, yes.
I would say neither group is particularly sporty. 173 for 6. That's not the primary number, as I keep reminding you. England have got the primary, most important number down below 50. There are 49 overs to survive.
Black Sabbath formed in 1968.
Oh my Lord. Really? That's extraordinary. As Akashdeep is back into the attack with figures of currently of 4 for 58. 1968. How old's Ozzy Osbourne then? Maybe I'm incorrect completely. I'm saying that he's obviously unwell. Maybe he's just very old. In fact, he might be in quite good health, given his age. 173 for 6. I don't mean in any way to be disrespectful to.
76.
Okay.
You still be rocking at 76, Manners?
I hope so.
Next year?
Pushed away defensively by Jamie Smith as Akashdeep is in once again over the wicket from the city end. Long way to go before I reach there, Jarrod. A long way to go. Wokes has 2 from 19 balls. Jamie Smith has 50 from 75. Wouldn't it be nice if Jamie Smith can become the second player in the match to score 100 in both innings, and following on from Rishabh Pant, who did that last week in Headingley. Here is Akash once again. Up to the crease now, bowls driven on the up and in the air for a while by Jamie Smith. There's no run. You'd want to be a number 7, I must say, in this day and age, or anywhere from 5 to 7, with particularly in England with the Duke's balls getting so soft, so profoundly soft after about 30 overs. Jamie Smith has had the most temperate of batting conditions. What are you looking up now?
I was just looking up. It's an interesting weekend to have it, because you've also got an India-England test match. And it's a ridiculous lineup.
Akashdeep in again, steered away by Jamie Smith behind square on the offside to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Picks up another single.
It's the final concert of Black Sabbath and ELO. So their final hometown concert. Metallica was here as well. Steve Tyler was in town. I saw a lot of people with Tool t-shirts as well, so I don't know if Tool were here as well. They might be a little bit out of your period, Tool. They're a lot more my era. But yeah, no, it was actually great to be out. I felt it softened Broad Street a little bit, because there weren't as many.
Yeah.
Because they weren't. It wasn't a heavy drinking crowd. They were just loving the music and enjoying themselves.
So true. That's a bouncer from Akashdeep, and it's left alone. Disappears over the left shoulder of Chris Wokes. It's so true. I mean, Broad Street can be properly intimidating in the centre of Birmingham when it's a young crowd in town. The youngsters were there, and there was some some serious Birmingham partying going on with the younger brigade, but there were a lot of rockers in their 50s and 60s and 70s, I guess. And so, as you say, the whole atmosphere of the city centre was rather softened, wasn't it? People concerned about bedtime rather than last rounds, last orders. Here's Akashdeep again, defended by Chris Wokes. No run. Another over survived by England. 48 remaining now. They won 74 for 6.
It was producer Scott's one of his first nights in Birmingham, and it was still a lot for him. And I was like, and we were like, this is not a crazy night. He saw some sights though, Scott, that he's never seen before. I think that's fair to say.
I mean, on a bad Saturday night in the centre of Birmingham, you're in danger of injuring yourself, slipping on the vomit, aren't you?
There was a bit of that last night. I think we saw a live one of that, didn't we, last night, of Scott? And Scott, who's not a drinker, just turning around going, that's why I don't drink, everyone. As this guy, you actually like this, he was being held up by his friends so he could vomit.
Oh, that's a dreadful image. What a
it wasn't ideal.
appalling thought.
It wasn't ideal. Also, we got back from the city at about 7:30. There's just people crying on the streets. I was like, it's too early to be this emotional.
Washington Sundar continues. Jamie Smith decides it's time to take action. 6, wide long on, used his feet beautifully, wonderful execution. And as I was saying, he's just like, I'm sorry, there are too many of you too close to me and I like my space. Go away.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm India, I just ignore this, don't you? I still think he's got the wrong angle here, Washington. I think come around the wicket to him.
With the slider, have a second slip in.
Yeah, but even just...
Here is Washington again, and this time Smith backs away to cut, bounces a bit more, has to defend.
Maybe that's why he's doing it, because there is a little bit of inconsistent bounce just outside off stump occasionally there. I just think you can keep everything in play much better. Bowled, caught behind, caught at slip, and LBW if you're around the wicket.
Here is Washington again, and driven by Jamie Smith out to Karen Nair. He's catching short mid-on. Yeah, I'll go with mid-on. Short, wideish mid-on. There is also a long on. So India...
He's got a deep mid-wicket as well.
Yeah. All of whom are probably redundant if Smith gets in the middle. Oh, and he's cut it now. Late cut it, and that's 4. It's what I was saying so much in the first innings. I mean, the guy's over 6 foot. We reckon closer to 6'2". He's a big man. He's strong. So the power shouldn't come as any surprise, but there's a silky deftness of his touch as well, and that was
really
rather nicely done.
He definitely edged that though. He has been very silky and very deft. That one was an edge.
But he was, yes it was. But that's where he was trying to play.
Oh yes, he was trying to edge it just there.
Down the wicket comes Smith again, launches it for 6 more. Flat 6 this time, just by variation. High loopy 6, cleared the rope by 10 yards. This one hard and flat, crashes into the LED boards below us.
His placement of his muscle shots is so impressive, because I think they've moved long on about 20 metres around there, and he's just gone, okay, well, I'm just going to hit this just to the left of the bowler.
Kind of target practice, isn't it?
It's the amount of times I've seen him do it in this test match, it's so impressive.
It looks like target practice. Honestly, it looks like he can hit it wherever he wants, and this time it's driven and misfielded by Karen Nair. Shouldn't laugh, it wasn't particularly powerfully struck for once, and Karen Nair's just tumbled over it. He's a short man, stature, and he's just sort of plopped over that one. Wokes 2. Jamie Smith looks like he's caught fire. He's 68. More importantly, 47 overs left to survive. More from Jarrod Kimber, and then it'll be Melinda Farrell.
They'll make some changes here. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed if I was bowling and they allowed that single to get Smith back on, but there's certainly half chances, quarter chances, third chances being made. They just have to stay patient. Mel Farrell comes into the gantry. Is this a gantry, Mel?
This is a gantry, Jarrod.
Okay.
Well done.
I'm going to allow Harmy and Sid Monga to join you on the gantry.
Thank you very much. Well, there's been some entertainment from Jamie Smith. He's now facing Akashdeep. He's in and bowls over the wicket, punches a drive. goes as far as extra cover. 191 for 6 it is. Akashdeep continues. He's been brilliant with the new ball. Has figures of 4 for 59. Now just into his 16th over. But there's something so confident and nonchalant about the way that Jamie Smith is batting, as I'm joined by Steve Harmison and Sid Monga. Got a trio of treats here now. Well, you two are the treats. Sid's just looked at me very strangely. Akashdeep, the lights are on at Edgbaston, the clouds are overhead. Ominous. In comes Akashdeep, and that is whipped away behind square leg. They'll just get the single. It's Harmy, what have you made of this situation at the moment? Jamie Smith just looks like he's on a Sunday outing.
Yeah, he's playing nicely. He's seen the ball, and he's trying to be as positive as he possibly can in everything he's doing. I mean, spin bowlers, when they're bowling it, it's turning, it's spitting. He's better off coming at the ball and coming into it. He's getting himself in a much better positions than just standing still and trying to poke and prod it. I don't mind that from Jamie Smith. I mean, you know, die in a hole, there's one with your name on it. At least try and be positive and proactive and put the bowlers and the fielders in the back foot.
Broad catches in, next ball. Akashdeep beats the outside edge of Chris Wokes' bat. Oh, it's not an easy proposition. How brilliant has Akashdeep been throughout this test, Sid Monga?
Yeah, he's absolutely superb with his accuracy. He's kept the stumps in play all the time, and there's this feeling everybody has that he's a skiddy bowler, which he isn't. Because if you're skiddy, you do not get seam. He's been getting seam movement. He's got a high release point, higher than Siraj.
It's coming in now, bowls. Oh, that's a thick outside edge, but it's just wide of a fielder. That third slip, my goodness, it's gone for 4, but it was as streaky as you like, and there are hands on hips, hands on mouths all around this India side.
He's drawn the most out of this pitch among Indian bowlers, both in the air and off the pitch, because he's looked to swing it, and also he's got, like Mohammad Shami, has got the perfect upright seam, which coupled with his high release is giving him the best chance to nip the ball either way off the surface.
Yeah, it feels as though he's a skiddy bowler, but he's one of these bowlers that actually picks pace up off the surface, which can be described as a skiddy bowler. He's not somebody that bowls the ball into the pitch and it loses pace. He actually picks pace up, so he actually feels as you're batting, it's actually coming quicker than you think.
Runs in now over the wicket, and this time Wokes gets in behind that and just sends it up to that fielder at a short straight mid-on. They've got 2 fielders on either side of the cut strip. They've basically got the slips fielders spread, so there's one at almost 1.5 and one at third. They've got catches all around. It feels like it's closing in.
Yeah, I would have. I was just about to say I'd have that catching man who was straight. I would have him at first slip. I think Chris Wokes, we sort of fence for outside off stump. I think you need a first slip.
And one has just moved in.
Yeah, they've just come in from that field there, where I think Washington Sundar's just gone to.
Yeah, so they still have the 2 fielders either side of the cut strip, but now there are 3 slips. As Deep is in, and that's just a press forward defensive drive from Wokes. It goes out into the covers where Yashavzi Jaiswal picks it up, and that finishes off the over. 196 for 6, the score almost irrelevant. Smith is on 69. He'll take strike at the start of this over. Wokes survives. He is on 6, and forget how many they need to win. It is 412, 46 overs left for England to survive.
46 is the big number. Steve, I just had one question. Is it possible that the skiddiness is an illusion created by the ball nipping after pitching and the batter having less time to react to it?
The length that he's bowling, yes. I think he's got a fast, you're right, he has got a high release point, but he's got a fast arm. He's got his arms comes over very fast. Mohammad Shami but you get some bowlers who actually pick up pace off the surface. You know, you look at the screen, as many times you look at the screen and go, I mean, it says 80 mile an hour, but he's hit my bat a lot harder than 80 mile an hour. Normally, Sid, they get labelled as a skiddy bowler. Don't think he is. He's not a kiss the deck surface. He's a hit the deck surface. And I think because of that and the length that he's bowling, he's causing the batters a lot of problems.
Prasid Krishna is in now, and the first ball to Jamie Smith is driven up to mid-off. I just love hearing you talking about that. You'd certainly say that Akashdeep is someone who has had his reputation enhanced massively in this test.
I think he's like an English-type seamer. I think he is. He's like an English-type seamer that would get 60, 70 wickets a season 10 years ago by bowling 550 overs, being very, very durable, and bowling at the top of the stumps and saying, and then we go, well, we don't like them, so we're going to play with a Kookaburra ball and it's flat as anything, and nobody can get any batters out. I mean, we'll go back to the other argument if we win the Ashes. You know what I mean?
Smith waits as in comes Krishna. Just turns that one to mid-wicket, no run.
Might be a couple of miles quicker than the average English county bowler.
Possibly. I tell you what, I bet if he come over and played a season and bowl 550 overs, he wouldn't be that quick, Sid. Especially in April and May when he can't feel his fingers.
Oh, dear, oh dear.
That's a very, very good comparison, because so far we used to call him Mohammad Shami, who's a couple of miles slower.
As in comes Krishna, driven firmly, but only as far as a fielder that in a very short forward of point position. And Smith happy to just wait, bide his time at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good shot. I mean, there's 5 fielders that got him patted Kieran now on the back for that stop. I'm not sure if it was the stop or it was actually he did stop it, because there's about 3 times so far today. I mean, he's dived for 2 and one's gone straight at him, and he's literally gone straight through him. So I think there's a few of them patting him on the back just to make sure there's no holes in his hands.
In comes Krishna, and this time he does get a pass through cover point. But there is 2 sweepers out there who converge and keep it to the single. So now I have to say that there are 2 balls remaining in the over.
We all do have holes though, Hami.
Yeah, but he seemed to have. There was 2 went through, and 2 went through the middle of him before, and they literally went straight through the middle of the palms of his hands. And it was like, how on earth can you not stop that?
That was like the ironical applause. Yeah. You finally stopped one.
Yes, you finally got one, and they came from everywhere. There was 5 of them went to pat him on the back. It's like, yeah, you are with us. You have come out after lunch, and you have brought your hands with you.
I mean, it's getting a little nippy. I wouldn't be getting behind such hard drives at this hour.
Wokes waits, in comes Krishna, just drives that back to the fielder, takes it on the bounce and throws it to Rishabh Pant. I have to say, Sid, I've commentated a lot over here, and this is not nippy. Up where this fella next to me is from, up in Durham, I can tell you. I can tell you. I've used hand warmers this year as a commentator.
I mean, they used to send the test match early season to Durham. I mean, Sri Lanka came once, and it was the end of May. I mean, it was unreal. The West Indies came like end of May, and I think they were
from sunny Jamaica.
They were fielding in batting gloves.
Krishna in nicely, pleasantly driven by Wokes, but only to the covers.
Try to think of the Australian coach that they had. Wasn't like massively well known. Well before
what more?
Before Stewie Law, the West Indies. Before Stuart Law, it had been around about 2007 time. When
Lawson. Jeff Lawson.
No, it wasn't Jeff Lawson. Scott will have to find it for us in a second. And it was brilliant. As you were walking past in the morning, West Indies were doing fielding practice, and he just lost it, the coach. And it was like, will you take them batting gloves off when you're trying to catch the ball? And I mean, it's like, I would have expected that at under 13 level, but not at test match level.
That Sri Lanka test you were talking about, that was 2016, wasn't it? And Sid, you'll know our colleague Andrew Fidel Fernando from Sri Lanka was over here. We were working together, and I had to lend him a scarf, gloves, take him shopping for a jacket. It was brutal. Right, Akashdeep is back over the wicket. First ball, just defended out into the covers by Smith, no run. But I was commentating in Scotland a couple of weeks ago, and Cricket Scotland actually went out and bought hot water bottles for us.
It's meant to be a summer sport, but on the British Isles, that's only for about 3 weeks of a year.
Well, Sid and I worked together on the 2016 T20 World Cup in India, and we were up in Dharamshala for a week.
And we named it Dharamshala.
Dharamshala, yes. You want to head further north?
I have never been that cold anywhere as we were up there. It was brutal. In comes Deep now, bowls, and goes for the pull shot, but just chops it into the ground as it makes its way out towards deep square leg.
And she had just shopped down in the plains at Fab India. It's a store for fancy cotton clothes, and she had shopped a lot from there. Once she was up in Dharamshala, many an unspeakable word was spoken.
Yes, there was something, an unspeakable word, Fab India, because I was freezing. So I made them stop at a roadside place, and I went in and bought all woolen tights and kurtas.
Long johns.
Oh, it was freezing up there. Here, it's Akashdeep coming in, bowling to Oakes. It gets right behind that one. Just defends it to the leg side.
The Himalayan jungle juice helped. It's called the Godfather.
I tell you, we did at night. We did stop off at roadside places, not to get clothes, but to get a bottle of rum.
You remind me, I think, was it just after the 2003 World Cup? Me and Paul Collingwood during the 2003 World Cup convinced Jarrod Kimber to come and play the first 4 games for Durham. And he stood at fine leg, and all he drank was hot water.
Sure. Here's Deep in, short ball. Just easy enough for Wokes to bob his head under.
Akashdeep doesn't look cold. He is working up some steam.
Yeah, it was a lot different. It was a lot different in that early part of the season. I mean, Jarrod Kimber, what a man, what a great man. You know what I mean? But it was hilarious because he was like, he come out to bowl and he had a short sleeve jumper on and a long sleeve jumper over the top, and the umpire started walking towards him, and Jarrod was looking at the umpire and said, "What do you want?" And I think the umpire was like, "Do you want me to take your jumper?" And he was like, "No, I don't. I'm going to bowl in it."
Wokes on strike now. As Deep is in, plays and misses. And Deep has his hands out wide going, oh, what do I have to do to get a wicket?
It's a beauty. It really is. It's a beauty. Chris Wokes will be happy. Played just inside himself. He did play out the ball. He has played and missed at it. But he's making sure he hasn't nicked it. He's just pushed it. It's too good for Chris Wokes. Be interesting to see here, Sid. I would go down the road next over with Jamie Smith and strike, and Prasid Krishna has just bowled one over, and go the short ball tactic and try and play on the ego now of Jamie Smith.
In comes Deep, bowls. At this time, it's pushed away behind point by Wokes. I'll get the single, but that means that Chris Wokes will retain the strike, and India will be quite pleased with that result. Yeah, I wondered about that in the first innings when you looked at Jamie Smith. The thing was about the way he pulled. They kept setting the field for him, and his timing was so good. If they had them square, he could pull over deep mid-wicket. If they had them down at deep mid-wicket and at long leg, then he was just going straight to square leg. So impressive.
Well, 100% with Ami. I mean, it just takes one miss hit. And they had 4 men back. And you don't really need to have 4 men back, because then the element of surprise goes away. You, as Mornay said yesterday, you want the nick-off to be in the play so that the weight is coming forward, and then you surprise them with a couple of short ones.
I just look at the way the Jamie Smith have been playing. It's not quite as well as Shubman Gill, but he looks in such great form that he's try and take him out of his box and try and take him into an ego, but the ego part. Can you put 4 men back, bowl bounces and say to Jamie Smith, you got to nail every single one.
199 for 6 as Wokes pops one up in the air. He's already walking. He went for the pull. He's got the top edge. And India have struck through again. 7 down. It's Chris Wokes. A short ball climbed on him, and he couldn't get it cleanly. It's another nail in the coffin, one suspects, for England.
Yeah, Chris Wokes that was, and talking about the short ball tactic to Jamie Smith, but keep going at Chris Wokes. I mean, it was set a different field, a completely different field for Chris Woakes to what the Woodward Jamie Smith. They'd all be on the boundary for Jamie Smith. This was more an element of surprise ball, what Sid was talking about before. 3 slips, man round the corner, short leg, man at mid-wicket, and he's just top-edged it straight up in the air from a bouncer, which was probably around about chest height. Didn't quite get to the helmet height, but Prashad Krishna, he's bowled better, much better in this second innings, and he's been given what just rewards a wicket. And now England, I wouldn't say the tail is, the door is open because here comes the tail, because Brydon Cast can bat, he's got first class 100. But India must think that the end is nigh, and there's a few clouds coming over. And it was a big wicket, that massive partnership building between Chris Woakes and Jamie Smith. And for me, Sid, that's the way Prashad Krishna has to go at the tail enders, or the bowlers. Go hard at him.
Yeah, and it's really happy for him because it's his first wicket in the match. He almost sacrificed himself to the team plan in the first innings. He was willing to have 7 and over against his name if he could buy 1 wicket for them. In the second innings, he's bowled to a much better line and length, which is his strength. 6 to 8 meters, hitting it hard, getting the extra bounce, and as a surprise element, the bouncer has worked really well.
Mohammad Siraj was fielding at mid-wicket, and he took that catch and spread his arms wide, soaked in the applause. Now it is Cast on strike. In comes Krishna, and he just plays that deftly out in front of cover point. No run, so the 200 still not up from England. They still have 43.4 overs to survive, and now only 3 wickets in hand.
That's 14 overs and a few balls per wicket. It was a very good ball first up to Cars, because he might have been expecting the short one. It was bang on the good length, drew him forward, and he was not. His weight was caught back.
No, he was waiting on the short ball. I think Brydon Cast is waiting on the short ball. I think I'd be trying to his toes here.
In over the wicket, it is short on the hip, but played well by Cast. He just tucked it away off his hip behind square. They come through for the single, and now really, as we see the 200 come up for England, it's almost meaningless. You think really it's about survival, but now is that point where you think, does Jamie Smith go into proper batting with the tail mode?
No, he'd be batting with the tail mode, yes, as in he protects the tail and takes as many balls as he can. You just got to keep playing his same way. From India's point of view, you've got to keep catches in. They've got 2 slips, which are covering about 4.5 slips, 5 slip area. Got a deep sort of gully line, deep extra cover. I would have the extra man on the leg side and bowl short at him.
Fielder spread somewhat. Next ball, that's popped up in the air. And it's been given. It's been given LBW, has it?
Finally, Shaikat gives one.
What?
I can't stop laughing because Prashad Krishna didn't even appeal.
Well, he didn't, and the ball's popped up, and it looked like they were going for the catch. It skewed up into the air onto the offside, and then all of a sudden, the finger went up out of nowhere.
I thought this was out. I mean, as soon as it was bowled and hit Jamie Smith, I'm thinking that's out. But Prashad Krishna's just kept sort of ambling towards this sort of finish, and he's followed through. I mean, Rishabh Pant appealed and 2 slips appealed, but this will be out because I think it'll be umpire's call as well.
Even though it stayed low, I reckon it's too high. And it did stay low, but from the middle of the wicket, I think it was still high. And the funny bit is Shaikat, who has not given a single marginal LBW all match, has now raised his finger.
I think he's thinking, right, it's time to go now. It's a bit cold now.
Oh, just watching the replay now, and Sid Monga is right. It was too high, missing. It went over middle stump, and the umpire's just dropped the ball.
No, he hasn't. He's just thrown it off. He's just thrown the ball to Mohammad Siraj, who wasn't watching it. It's hit him on the side of the head.
Well, I was going to say he's dropped him on there. No. Dropped it on his head.
What a daft 5 minutes that was. I thought as soon as it hit him, Jamie Smith, that's out, right? I thought that's out. He's bent down on need. 2 slips gone up, keeper's gone up. Prashad Krishna did not appeal at all. He didn't even turn around and look at the umpire. Umpire's giving the finger. Off you go, Jamie Smith. And then to make matters worse, having not given a decision all Test match, he's thrown the ball to Mohammad Siraj, who wasn't watching it, bounced off the side of his head.
I think Prasidh Krishna was just sheepish. I don't want an LBW off a bouncer. I don't want to be the fast bowler who got an LBW off the bouncer.
Well, it's better than the keeper standing up as a fast bowler.
Tell you what, Glenn McGrath didn't mind it.
Here comes Krishna, full toss, and it's just clipped away through mid-wicket. It's absolutely racing away. Mohammad Siraj gives chase, but the ball's going to win that foot race. And so, what is going on here? It is 4 runs for Jamie Smith. England 204 for 7, and Jamie Smith is now on 75, and it feels like chaos here. What is going on?
All of a sudden, everyone is getting carried away. I think he overcooked that full ball now, which he tried as a surprise ball, and he just overcooked it and gave him a juicy full toss.
It would have been a good ball to Bryden Cast second up, that one. It would have really been a good one. Bryden Cast was probably waiting on the bounce, and now Jamie Smith needs to get off strike. India are surrounding them infield.
Prasidh Krishna starts his run up. Smith awaits. Oh, it's a bouncer, and Smith almost fainted at pulling, but left it alone. So the crowd is up and about at the end of that over, where Jamie Smith survived quite a bizarre LBW appeal in the end. England are 204 for 7, 43 overs remaining in the day. And Akashdeep, I think, is he going to continue? Yes, he is.
You say the full toss would have been a good ball for Cars. I said only if Thakur is bowling.
Only if Thakur's bowling, yeah.
He's the only one who gets wickets with full tosses.
Full tosses, yeah. I mean, it's a good surprise ball, but I mean, does Jamie Smith, who's, what is he? He's about 245 runs in, and maybe more in this Test match. He wasn't going to give. He wasn't going to surprise Jamie Smith. That was an easy ball for 4. I mean, Deep was always going to bowl. He's got 4 for 66.
Cass on strike now, awkwardly flicks at this one as it goes down the leg side from Akashdeep.
Just hit his jumper, I think. It was a bouncer down the leg side, just getting a bit excited. 4 for 66. I mean, the 5 for in England. I think I'd be bowling until I actually get that 5 for. I don't want to give the ball up. I mean, there's no chance of getting the ball out of my hand at this point if I'm Akashdeep.
Lords in 3 days.
5 wickets. I've got. I think I turn around and go. If I was Shubman Gill, I would just keep saying, right, just keep bowling. Jasper's back at Lords.
Cass waits. In comes Deep, bowls, and he just defends that one into the covers. No run. The scary prospect is that India's bowling attack is only going to get stronger, you would imagine, for the next Test.
Yeah, and I don't expect them to do it, but I would want all 4 fast bowlers to play and one of the spinners to sit out.
It would make sense for English conditions, but having all 4 of them in the team, I think, from a batting point of view. But saying that, you know what, Sid? You could do, because at the end of the day, in all 4 innings so far this series, the top 6 have stood up.
Deep in, bowls short to Cass, who ducks under it, and Rishabh Pant has to dive to his right to take that one.
Maybe it's not all individually, but as a collective top 6, top 7, India have put some good scores on the board.
They have hardly needed the tail to rescue the lower order or the so-called batting depth to rescue them from any situation.
Well, the thing is, too, you'd have to say all the decisions that were being questioned that India made before this Test and even throughout this Test, you'd have to say they're justified.
No, I wouldn't use hindsight to justify it. It's been some special bowling with the new ball.
Next ball is just played with an angled bat into the gully region. No run.
You still see just 2 wickets out of the 17 that India have been taken by bowlers other than Siraj and Akashdeep. So they have done a lion's share job, which you do not expect your 2 bowlers to do in every Test match. In a normal Test match, you want the wickets to be spread out, for which you need an extra wicket-taking threat.
Yeah, and you could, but like I said, that's the sort of point I was making with the batting as well. I mean, individually, they haven't all scored runs individually, but as a team, India's top 7 have fired.
In comes Deep, and it's a full ball dug out by Cass up to mid-off. No run.
just back to the 5 first. I think the bowlers are done dirty because there's only 10 wickets to take and 5 is the milestone. Just 5 bowlers bowling there and you have to share those wickets. It's not as easy as scoring 100 because there's only so many wickets that you can take. But runs, you can just keep scoring.
As Shubman Gill has proved. You just keep scoring.
Wow.
So I really do not think that bowlers should be judged by the number of 5 that they take.
In comes Deep. Over the wicket bowls. It's driven fairly confidently, but only as far as the fielder. And that is the end of the over. 204 for 7, so they survive another one. 42 overs remaining. Cast yet to get off the mark. Smith on 75. How many fifers did you take, Army?
In Test cricket, I'm not sure, 9, 10, something like that. But 5, I mean, it only meant something if you actually won. I had no interest in. I mean, my best bowling figures in the 2005 Ashes was 3 for 91.
Exactly.
I got 5 for at Lords, but I mean, Glenn McGrath made my 5 for 43 look like, I think, 5 for 143 by the close of play on day 2, because it closed the day play on day 1 because he just blew England away, and we got blown away. You know, making Australia follow on and getting 3 for 91 to get them in a position to win the game, chasing less than 140. That meant more to me than the 5 for.
8 fifers you took. First ball, the next over is short, and Jamie Smith just pulls it fairly calmly, dealt with it well down to deep backward square leg. So it is Prasid Krishna who continues from the pavilion end.
I mean, yourself, Jones, Flintoff, Hogarth, all firing on all cylinders. It's not easy for anyone to take a 5-4.
Absolutely. And you have different jobs and different skill sets for the timings of the 90 overs that you have. And you talked about Prasid Krishna. Prasid Krishna in this Test match and in Ed Headingley ran up and bowled the short ball tactic. And that made the ball that was fuller and nipping around a bit a lot more dangerous. So you have a role to play, and it doesn't matter about the number at the end of it.
Krishna in and bowls short to Kaas, who was on strike after taking that single, and it's signalled wide by the umpire. It's just a little bit too short.
Shane Warne took 40 wickets in that series, and nobody in the England side took more than 27, but eventually England took more wickets and won the series.
Absolutely. I mean, Shane Warne took, God rest him, he got 40 wickets in that series. He was more of a pain in the backside with a bat than he was the ball. It was a nightmare. Every time we felt as though we had Australia where we want them, Warney would come in and slash 40, 90 at Old Trafford was unbelievable.
Krishna in and bowls another short ball to Kaas, who manages to get on top of it, sends it back to the bowler.
Even here, when he ended up trotting on his stumps the night before, Saturday night, he was such a thorn in our side. It was a champion series from Arrhythmia, one of I think the greatest cricketer that's ever lived, but everybody will have their own opinions and debate. But in that series, he was so good with both bat and ball. It's actually quite ironic that he dropped the catch on oval.
Krishna in, and that's driven just behind a point by Kaas. He's dealt with that really well, so well in fact. It's gone all the way to the boundary, got on top of the bounce of that one, and that gets him off the mark with 4, and now England 210 for 7.
I'm sure he would have wished that they had a third or fourth bowler who was doing as well as your third or fourth bowler, even if that meant 5 or 10 fewer wickets for him.
Yeah, 100%. I think that, I don't think so much the third or fourth bowler, I think it was the other main bowler that trod on a ball here at 9:45 on the morning of the game.
Here comes Prasid Krishna. This ball's just angled into Kaas, defends it back down the pitch.
Said this many, many times. When Big Glenn did do that, there was 10 Englishmen and a South African doing cartwheels about 45 yards away, I tell you, after what he did to us at Lords.
Silly old sport. I don't know if it happens in any other sport that you're getting ready for a match and you just do something and, and you're out of it. It happened to Rohit Sharma. He was supposed to debut in 2010. And they were playing some rocket ball, and a stray ball landed on. He was just trying to avoid a stray ball, did his hammy, and he then made his debut 3 years later.
Kaas on strike again as Prasid is in with a full ball this time, and he drives it quite well in the end and gets a single as the ball rolls out past mid-off.
I think I played in his debut. Did he make his debut in Chennai?
No, he made his debut against West Indies in 2013.
Rohit Sharma?
Yeah.
I thought he
Test
played-
debut.
Test debut.
Yeah.
I thought he played in 2008 in that series that was Ashwin's debut. That was that one.
Yeah.
And they might have played the one days in that series around that
Yeah,
time.
he must have he had started playing one days in around 2007.
Right, that'll have been it then. Yeah, in the one day series before the test series when the terrorist attack, when we came back to Sachin got 100 and chasing 365.
That pitch went to sleep, didn't it?
Oh, did it?
Jamie Smith on strike now as Prasid is in, and that ball slowed that right down, and Jamie Smith was backing away and he just got his bat to it. I wasn't expecting that, I don't think. The end of the over, I'm going to let you talk about that ball, Harmy. I'm going to make way for Neil Manthorp with the score at 211 for 7.
I'm just trying to talk about that pitch because Drinks is coming. Sid, and that pitch in Chennai, it didn't half go to sleep, but me and Jimmy Henderson bowled very, very well to get India off to a wonderful start in that run chase. I was telling Manners about it yesterday. I mean, we were bowling short and wide to Virender Sehwag with 3 backward points and a man on the fence, just seeing if he could hit it. And he just kept hitting it either through us or over the top of us. But it did go to sleep. But what a test match, what a game, and I mean, what a special occasion to be back part of for what had happened two weeks earlier.
Oh, it definitely played a part in the collective healing process in India.
Sachin, I mean, he came off the field and he came in the dressing room afterwards. He got that 100, and he was saying thanks for coming back, and it was all about, you know, exactly what you just said there. And he was standing in front of me, and I didn't know whether to kiss him, cuddle him, or punch him after what he had just done to us. But it was a special moment in my career because I got to witness, you know, one of the greatest being great, and that was Sachin, 4th innings, 365, 100 runs to win.
Sport really can sometimes transcend the battle of bat and ball and mean so much more on certain days, and that was one of them.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Harmy. You're off for a cup of tea, and Bryden Carse and Jamie Smith are out in the middle. Jamie Smith is enjoying a test match to remember, but it'll be one that he'll enjoy a great deal more if England can survive, if he and the rest of the England team batting to come can survive the remaining 41 overs. It's a big ask. At the moment, not even a semblance, not even a thought of Jamie Smith attempting to keep as much of the strike as possible. I think
I thought you were going to say going after the total.
Way too long to try and do that. That might become the case if and when Josh Tongue is at the crease, and certainly I think it'll be all but over if Shoaib Bashir gets to the crease. 211 for 7. Jamie Smith now has the highest. Jamie Smith now has the 3rd highest aggregate for a wicketkeeper in a test match. The 2 men above him are one and the same.
De Villiers twice.
Andy Flower.
Oh, against South Africa.
And against India. Nagpur, do you remember? He scored a double 100 in Nagpur as well. So 341 runs against South Africa in Harare in 2001. He scored a 100 and 199 not out. Absolutely brilliant performance. And as was his aggregate of 287 against India in Nagpur a year earlier. It was the golden time of Andy Flower's career.
Were you at both of those?
I wasn't in Nagpur, but
he was. He would record tapes, self-help tapes of himself, wouldn't he? So he would say things like, "You are going to be the world's #1 batter. You can slow down the ball. You can stop time. You can score against any kind of bowlers in the world."
He's also the first man I ever saw in cricket to use a filofax in the mid 90s. Do you even remember what a filofax is?
I know the name, but I couldn't tell you what a filofax is or does.
It was a diary, but with all sorts of so a ring binder diary that you had pages that you could remove and add, and it was for super organised.
Yeah. It's folder.
a diary, but with all sorts of new additions. It was very exciting and innovative at the time. And anybody who had a Filofax, anybody who carried a Filofax was like super organised, like really driven and motivated. You knew they were going to be a success in life. Driven down the ground. It's a lovely shot from Bryden Cast, it really is, and it's ricocheted off the ankle of Akashdeep down to the long off boundary, and he tried to brave it out and pretend that it didn't hurt him at all, but he's now down on his left knee just inspecting the damage, because he tried to field it with his foot, and I think it was driven just a wee bit harder than he thought initially.
Yeah, I think he kind of put his foot down, and then it bounced up and hit him in the shin as well, so it even hit it higher than he thought. But had he known how hard it was hit, I'm not sure he would have put his leg in the way.
Funny, isn't it, that runs may be irrelevant in the team context, but as far as bowlers are concerned, they are still worth risking, not life, but limb.
Well, also in his case, I think, when it's hit back that hard, it's just reflexes, isn't it, to stop that. Prashid Krishna will be happy, though. He wanted to go at less than 6 runs and over, and he's achieved that.
Akashdeep, however, is looking for a wee spot on the Edgbaston honours board. 4 for 69 currently. Bowling with a very old ball now. It's a completely different story to the new ball. Oh, it's hooked! Bouncer hooked for 6 by Jamie Smith. Almost everybody is on or very close to the boundary. The only exceptions are first slip and maybe fourth slip. Long on, long off. 3/4 of the way, more than 3/4 of the way to boundary. Deep mid-wicket close to the boundary. Deep square leg on the boundary. Long leg on the boundary. Jamie Smith took it on, and did you see that? How many nanoseconds do you reckon the fielder at fine leg was interested in the catch?
I thought even for myself that was in play for a little while. It just kept going.
Yeah,
they're talking about wind pockets and things in the Major League Baseball. It's like it hit a wind pocket and just kept flying.
Here is Akashdeep again. Short pulled again by Smith. More 6 more. What a shot. He doesn't care. Doesn't matter. There's 4 men on the leg side boundary. He doesn't care. He's taking them on. Akashdeep's dropped short and Smith's gone bang, bang, 6. He's up to 88.
It's glorious batting, but I don't. If he gets caught with one of these, what's the thinking there?
So we should say now then he's doing the wrong thing.
I don't know.
If he's hitting them over that far over the ropes,
maybe just keep going.
I don't know. Here is Akashdeep. I'm with you. I'm not sure. That's short, pulled again out towards deep square leg, out, caught, gone, 6 out. He was doing the wrong thing. Fun while it lasted. England will lose the Test match now. They're 7 down. Smith's gone for 88. 226 for 7. India absolutely cock-a-hoop. They were prepared to pay whatever that wicket cost. In the end, it hasn't cost them that much.
It's a bizarre over, all things considered, because in India for the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, Manners, decided that they were just going to put everyone out on the boundary. I was walking up here, so I might have missed an over. Then they just decided we'll just keep bouncing him and see how it goes. That was the slow ball. It was wide of off stump. As I said when he hit the last one, I just don't really see the point in that. That ball, he could have hit absolutely anywhere he wanted. He could have defended it, he could have flicked it. If he wanted to score runs off it, he still could have. Instead, he's gone for another 4 or a 6, and it's just the way they play, as a great man once said.
Well, I mean, it's. I think it would probably be churlish in some ways to have a go at him. I mean,
he's been brilliant. He's been absolutely brilliant.
It's like,
but why not just block 4 balls and do it off the last 2 balls?
I know, but Jamie Smith hasn't lost England this Test match.
No, not at all. And I think that is a very, very important thing to remember. That they're only in a position where they're still playing at this position on day 5 because of him. But I suppose what I would say is it'd be very interesting to know what the conversation is. Because I've got no problem with him hitting it hard. I talked about it before. I think he does it brilliantly. but there was just that ball was not the right ball. That shot was not the right shot. And with all the fielders out, even if he got one more six, I felt that over he was going to go either way.
It wasn't quite short enough, really, for the shot. That's the truth. His Josh Tongue now comes forward. He's the new batsman. Pushes that one out firmly to mid extra cover.
It was short, but you're right, not quite short enough. But it was short, but it was wide, and it was a slower ball.
It was the right ball to pull, not to hit for six. Yeah.
Yeah. He could have easily just sat back. You don't want to have a go at him, but India are going to win this Test match now. I mean, let's be honest. There was at least a chance that England had before, even if the new ball was due again.
Akashdeep has his fifer down the leg side first, the next delivery to Josh Tongue, and it's left alone, ignored, and taken on the second bounce by Rishabh Pant. 226 for 8. We must be honest and say that India deserved to win.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the other thing you would probably against them, and I can understand why they did it, but Shubman Gill probably pushed the declaration a little bit too far back, which, if there was a little bit more rain, that might have been a trouble. They're not going to get any trouble from that now. Akashdeep, I think, is coming off the field, Manners. He bowled that last ball and he pulled up short.
Job done.
And I felt like Shubman Gill just said to him, mate, take a break. Yeah, he's taking him off. It might just be the shin, actually. But either way, he looks okay. He looks happy.
Of course he looks happy. He's got a massive grin on his face.
He's doing a weird finger thing with one of his teammates. Good on him. I'm really happy for him because I've been raving about him for a long time. A lot of young Indian players, they get a lot of flack if they don't take 8 wickets in their first match or score 400 runs in their third match.
Prasid Krishna in now, and we've got a soft spot for him as well. He's tried extremely hard, and I don't mean that patronisingly. He's put the effort in. He's put the hard yards in, and that one is pushed square of the wicket on the offside for a single by Bryden Carse. He moves to 9.
You don't really have that sort of teacher, mentality or saying. You're not one of those people. Jeremy Coney, he can't help himself. Sometimes he just sounds like a teacher. Oh, he tried very. If Jeremy Coney said that, you'd think differently. But look, not from you, Manners. You're very empathetic.
Well, when Jeremy Coney says he tried hard, it means he failed.
Yes.
And Prasid Krishna, I don't think has. I mean, he picked up 5 wickets at Headingley. He's picked up a couple of important ones here. Oh. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Sounded a bit woody. Prasid. They'd call him Krishna, would they? In India? Oh, no, Prasid.
No, they call him Prasid.
Yeah, Prasid. Cast 9. Tongue on strike. And India 2 wickets away after a massive downpour this morning at around the scheduled start time of 11 o'clock.
Tropical.
They would have pretty a bit chilly to be tropical.
No, but tropical in the way that it wasn't a very English rainfall, was it? It was more
monsoon.
Yeah.
2 slips and a fourth slip. Here's Prasid Krishna again outside the off stump. Sways out of the way of it, does Josh Tongue. Short leg as well as a leg slip. So it's an orthodox attacking field with this old ball.
Yeah, I'd really like Prasid to get a couple of wickets here to clean this up. Just because I think he has bowled very well at times in this series. He, again, doesn't have anything to show for it. And early on in his career, he struggled. But I think he's a very, very good bowler. Very smart young cricketer as well. Really works hard at his game. Was excellent in the IPL.
Here is Prasid Krishna again then. And that's pushed away up towards Mohammad Siraj at mid-on. Good game for him too, let's not forget. 6 for 70. Didn't necessarily collect those 6 wickets in a conventional fashion. They didn't sort of toil away on a top of off stump sort of line. And I mean, took 2 in 2 balls twice. And bowled some fairly untidy stuff in between, but it was very, very good value for his 6 for 70. He's played a big part, obviously, with Shubman Gill's record. Outside the off stump now, playing a miss from Josh Tongue. Who does Prasid Krishna play for in the IPL? Is it Kolkata Knight Riders? Rajasthan Royals.
No, Gujarat. So his producer Scott
sold me a dummy there.
When he said that, I was like, he doesn't play for them, does he? I was trying to remember because he did play for KKR at one stage, didn't he? I'm trying to remember his sides. I've been following him for quite a while. Do you remember he played some one days against England? I don't know if you commentated those for talkSPORT.
I'm not sure I did. No, here's Prasad Krishna again, and right up in the block hole. I always like to see a fast bowler looking to bowl a Yorker in a test match at any stage to any batsman. The Yorker is vastly underrated delivery. Karan Nair is making his way back onto the field. He's been off for a while. Sidharth was on. 227 for 8. 39 overs to go.
He has played for Rajasthan. He has played for KKR. He's currently with Gujarat. So, now he's brilliant for Gujarat last season. I don't remember him playing for Rajasthan. Maybe that must have been where I first saw him though. But KKR. Yeah, did you commentate on those one days? England, India. KL Rahul made a lot of runs in those one days. I can't remember anything else other than I'm positive I commentated them for talkSPORT.
Were they the ones? Were we?
We would have been in the studio. Would have been COVID-y.
Oh,
But you might not have been
I think
there.
I just did the test series. didn't
Yeah.
I? Right. Ravi Jadeja's back in the attack with his left arm spin, and forward comes Bryden Cast defending that one to silly point. There's now 5 men around the bat. Short leg slip, slip gully, silly point. Jadeja in catching mid wicket as well. Sweep from Bryden Cast. Nobody out there. Hit that very nicely indeed, and it's gone for a very quick 4. Still counts as 4. Doesn't matter how quickly it gets to the boundary, but it did incidentally get there very quickly.
I remember you saying that it was
Jadeja to Cast. Edge dropped at slip by KL Rahul. Oh dear. It did go quickly. They're never easy, especially to the left. Because if it's going to your left at slip, it means that you may have lost it behind the keeper.
That did go very, very far. It's also hard from that angle. I don't know if you've ever fielded it first slip to a left arm finger spinner, because you lose the ball completely behind the batter and the keeper.
You would have seen that very late, eh? Forward comes Cast to the next one from Jadeja. He just wants to get on with it now. He's just
Ton, that one.
Yes, of
They
course.
got a
they
single.
ran- yeah,
Went
sorry.
into the sawdust, and I noticed that should we let the ball go into the sawdust?
Here is Jadeja again, and forward comes Tongue, pushing gently up to mid-off.
Yeah, yesterday we talked about Bryden Cast, and I said I was looking forward to his 52 off 13 balls or 18 balls or whatever I said. He's batted within himself, but I think he will play some shots.
Jadeja, quicker one. He's looking to target. He's targeting the pads. Josh Tongue survives, and he's not the worst number 10 actually. Josh Tongue, 232 for 8. More importantly, 38 overs left.
But Bryden Cast he can make runs, of course, but he is an attacking player, and I don't think he has I would say he doesn't have a very strong defence, specifically against the spinners. I think he's much better playing attacking against the spinners. So I think he'll play a couple of shots. He won't go all out, of course, but he does hit a ball very hard. Where's he from? Is he Zimbabwean or South African?
His father is Zimbabwean.
That's right.
He was born and grew up in Grahamstown in the Eastern Cape.
It's a lovely part
South
of the world,
Africa.
isn't it? Grahamstown. Is that the university?
Yeah.
Is that a little university town? Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like that. I spent a couple of days in Grahamstown.
How did you end up there?
I don't know.
Prasad Krishna around the wicket. And, polite appeal for a leg before wicket, but he's round the wicket, so that's probably pitching outside leg stump. 232 for 8. You must have. It's pretty far off the beaten track. I mean,
we're in 2003. We're there for the World Cup, and we drove between games. So we did a lot of driving from Burqa up to Durban and back, because I think there were games in both. There might have been a game in East London as well. So I don't.
That's a big detour, though.
Then I have no idea.
You've lost if that wasn't your intention to go there. That's pushed away behind square on the offside to Jadeja at backward point. No, somebody would have said you should detour.
It might have been that. Maybe what it was,
Grahamstown.
because maybe the first time we stopped in East London, and after that, maybe everyone in East
You
London
decided never
told us to go to
there
Grahamstown. I think you know how I feel about East London. So it is possible that is what happened actually. But yeah, we spent a couple of days there. It was great. Really, really enjoyed my time there.
India now on the attack.
Dueling leg slips.
Yeah,
ring the
that's
klaxon.
right. Yeah. 3 orthodox slips, 2 leg slips. Short pulled away by Bryden Cast, and he's absolutely monstered that. That's a terrific short arm pull shot, and umpire Sharfadullah is waiting to have confirmation of whether that cleared the ropes. I can give you confirmation. If you look over here, Shafadullah, I think that you'll find that's gone all the way. I could be wrong. Did my eyes deceive me?
I mean, I thought it did as well, but they've spent a lot of time looking at it, so it must have been close.
Just a reminder, if you are joining us for the first time, India on the verge of victory. There we go, finally. It was clearly 6, but he wanted to make absolutely certain. England resumed this morning on 72 for 3 and lost a wicket almost immediately as Prasid Krishna is in again. Bouncer to Bryden Cast, ducks underneath it. He remains on 20. So Ollie Pope was the first to go, bowled off his gloves by Akashdeep. 80 for 4, and just 3 runs later, Harry Brook was LBW to Akashdeep for 23. Magnificent delivery. Harry Brook's got a couple of complete snorters in this Test match from Akashdeep, so no blame, I think, can be attached to him. Just really, really good bowling. There was then some resistance between Ben Stokes and Jamie Smith. Slow ball from Prasid Krishna. That's a T20 skill being employed in the longest, greatest format.
He doesn't actually bowl that many in T20 cricket either, so it was a good ball. Let's just have a look there. Big off cutter, got the outside edge, and even almost the outside of the middle part of the bat. In fact, it was an interesting shot from Bryden Cast in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't going to carry anywhere, was it? that had been an edge. I mean, the idea is to trick him into hitting it into the air with that. But at resistance, partnership of 60 between Stokes and Jamie Smith, pushed away now by Cast to cover point, and there's no run. It was broken on the stroke of lunch in the last over before lunch when Ben Stokes was trapped LBW by Washington Sundar, and that was pretty much it. Chris Wokes, top edge to pull shot against Prasid Krishna to depart for 7. Jamie Smith then hooked Akashdeep for 2 sixes before holing out to deep backward square leg, and that's where we are now. 238 for 8. England have 37 overs to survive. It's highly unlikely, and there's no further rain predicted, is there? No. Not today.
Not today. I mean, in Birmingham, yes. Only on days ending with a Y, but not for the rest of the day. There's some cloud, to be fair, but it's very patchy.
Heading for a very late tea. I'm not sure we'll reach tea, actually, as Jadeja is in. He's finally, that's turning and bouncing, and Josh Tongue's, all he can do is hope it doesn't hit the edge or pop up off a glove. There are still 5 men around the bat. Jadeja wasting no time between deliveries at all, and just wants to get on with it. Come on, give me the ball back, give me the ball back. Josh Tongue defends this one. He's just stomping back to the top of his run-up. He has actually been timed, hasn't he, having bowled a full over in just over a minute, just over 60 seconds on a few occasions. I'm told that the quickest was like a minute and 2 seconds. Is that even possible? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, I've seen him do certainly around that time before.
Here's Jadeja again. Tongue defends, but finally, Jadeja's just full of beans at the moment, jumping up and down, running his fingers through his hair. He's had Josh Tongue dropped at slip. Bryden Cast dropped at slip, sorry. Here is Jadeja again. He's bowling into the rough outside the right-hander's leg stump. He's appealing for leg before wicket here. Not out, says umpire Chris Gaffney.
It's a weird appeal, that one, because it couldn't possibly have pitched in line, could it? And it looked like then Jadeja followed up with a joke appeal.
Here is Jadeja again, and Josh Tongue doesn't have the either desire or the wherewithal or the ability to kick it away pitching outside leg stump. There's not many number 10s who would back themselves to know whether it was pitching outside leg stump, so he's playing at everything.
It's also, again, we were talking about this with Jamie Smith when he struggled with this at times. It's just not something that you do much in England. There aren't that many left-arm figure spinners who bowl into the foot marks that much, and if these days as well in result matches you're probably trying to score. It's a tactic that doesn't happen all that much. Now Washington Sundar was absolutely convinced he was going to bowl. During that last over, he went over and he rubbed the ground to get his hands all dusty. Then he took his jumper off and went to his, he didn't take his jumper off, he went to his run up and took his hat off. And Mohammad Siraj came over and just shooed him away. As if to say, no, I will finish this game. I think keep pace on at one end and spin on the other end for a couple more overs, and then you can have the spinners from both ends. And before you've still got 20 overs before they need to worry about the second new ball.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it? I didn't know how much enthusiasm there was. Here is Mohammad Siraj then, and Bryden Cast lashes one through extra cover. He's a big boy. I mean, he's built like a rugby flank forward. A small flank forward. That's massive men these days, aren't they? And large women rugby players as well. But he's like an old-fashioned Richie McCaw type build, I reckon. Bryden Cast.
I can't add a lot to the rugby chat. You've been to my hometown.
It's like you and I having a conversation about American sports.
Yes.
the Denver Knicks you were talking about yesterday.
Nuggets
pushed away behind square on the offside. I enjoyed the story. 242 for 8. A team absolutely and utterly dominated by the brilliance of one individual player and coming up with a whole game plan around him, and then he's not there. What do they do? Why were you telling that story again? Oh,
Bumrah,
of course.
Yeah. I think when you have someone who's transformative, I really do think it warps how your team thinks about cricket.
And haven't they done well to adapt with that? I mean,
that's what I mean. I think that they've been better off without him, even though obviously you're better off with him.
I know exactly what you mean. It's counterintuitive. It's driven now nicely by Bryden Cast, only as far as mid-off.
I think when in doubt, pick the guy with the test bowling average of 19. But I think that Akashdeep and Siraj have really benefited from not having Bumrah in this game.
However you say it, it still sounds slightly derogatory.
It does, doesn't it? I don't mean that at all. I just think he's so great that he actually, warps everything around him.
Yeah, to benefit from not having a great. Driven now by Cast, stick inside edge onto the pad. Siraj holds his head in his hands. I think that was so close to being another wicket for me. 242 for 8.
You could still claim that India might have already won this game if Bumrah was in it, of course. So but it's just I think these other bowlers just needed to understand, to step up, go into slightly different roles, and hopefully now when Bumrah's around they can just bowl the way they are without bowling subserviently to him or to partner him anymore.
Here is Mohammad Siraj up to the crease again, now bowled wide of the crease, and that is driven, not timed at all, thick inside half of the bat from Bryden Cast. Indian, again, Crick Viz would be able to provide the definitive data on this, but to the evidence of my eye, India's seamers have used the crease far more than England's.
I think Sid Monga talked about this in his piece last night. Was it Sid Monga or KK from? I think it was someone from Crick Info, unless I was somewhere else I was reading it. But yeah, I agree. I think they've bowled a lot wider on the crease, and that's been intentional on a flat pitch.
First slip, second slip, fourth slip, catching cover, mid wicket, pushed defensively, last ball of the over, and there's no run. We've got half an hour to go till tea. So there's 35 overs remaining, and that scenario that I spoke about yesterday, it's a nonsense, isn't it, about teams being 10 overs short in the day's play of the allocated overs. When they want to, they can bowl more than 15 an hour. Yeah. And that's what we're going to get here.
The first captain I heard that said that honestly was Dan Vittori, who said, yeah, we could easily bowl more than 90 overs a day, but we don't want to let the opposition have more than 90 overs. Since then, no one's even tried to get to 90 overs. I mean,
Jadeja in, defended by Tongue, no run.
You and I basically factor the extra half an hour in every day to our work now, without even thinking about it, unless we're in Asia.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's an anomaly if we finish on time. Driven down the ground, lovely shot from Josh Tongue. Nice little push drive through mid-off. There's a chase on. But I think Josh Tongue and Bryden Cast have decided. I think Josh Tongue may have said to Bryden Cast, listen, I know he's good, but I'll take the spinner. You take whoever's bowling at the other end, because that was an easy 3, but they just strolled back for the second, I think, on the understanding that Josh Tongue
Bowled a lot in this game too.
Yeah, well, that's also true. They have sore feet, blisters, and that one spins past the outside edge. Nothing Josh Tongue can do about that. Just hold your forward defensive pose, and if it beats the outside edge, just don't follow it. Don't try and cover the speed. Just if it beats the edge, fine. There are 2 slips and a silly point in, as Jadeja again fires one into the rough outside the off stump. He's bowling like a man who expects or believes that he can take a wicket with every ball, literally. He's getting that much, finally getting some assistance from the pitch. In once more, driven, no run.
I think that's Akashdeep back on the field now. That last ball he bowled, Akashdeep wasn't even in position because he bowled it so quickly.
Jadeja in again, turned away through square leg, no run, fit collected by Jaiswal. Where is Akashdeep? It's at the end of the over, don't worry, never mind.
He was at mid-off. Is that us?
I think that's us, yeah. I think we're in for a double change in the half hour before tea. England, this is the most important statistic, as I keep saying. England need to survive 34 overs. They are 8 wickets down. India on the verge of levelling the series, and if and when they do so, they will have thoroughly deserved to have done so. Steve Harmison and Melinda Farrell will be your tour guides to take you through to tea.
Thank you, Manners. Welcome back, Harmy. Didn't know if we'd get back on again, to be very honest with you.
No, I wasn't expecting to. I was hoping not either, because it was it's freezing up here.
Oh, do you know what? You're in a zip-up jacket. I'm still in short sleeves. So I know who's harder. Manners is asking me if I want a jacket, but I'm okay. Here's Siraj. That ball leaping up off the pitch to Cast. He gets on top of it, plays it out into the leg side.
Yeah, I was watching before, and it was quite funny. I think Washington Sundar thought he was going to be bowling from this end, and I think Shubman Gill changed his mind right at the last minute. So Washington Sundar took his long sleeve jumper off, sent it off with 12th man, and then Shubman Gill's changed his mind, gone with Mohammad Siraj. Sundar's fielded 3 balls without his jumper on and wait for it to come back.
Here's Siraj again, another short ball, just played quite well again by Cast, manages to pull that down behind square leg. We'll just get one though, because there's a fielder out there sweeping in the deep. No, I learnt a word, is it used up in the north, where if someone calls you Nesh, it means you're a bit soft when it comes to the
soft,
cold.
Yeah.
Are you Nesh, Harmy?
No, I'm not. That's not. Doesn't come up. It doesn't come up too much in the northeast. That one.
Definitely heard it. Well, I've been called that a few times around the traps on the county circuit. All right, England, the win out of the equation even. 2 wickets remaining as Siraj bangs this one in hard. It's a short ball, easy enough for Tongue to get underneath that one though. It really is a question now. I mean, even with tea coming up, do they take the extra half hour?
Well, they will if we get another wicket. So if there is another wicket between now and the end of our commentary stint, we'll go on for, I'm not saying we'll go on for another half an hour. I'm just looking at Scott there to say will we go on for another half an hour, but now you get an extra half an hour if there's 9 down. Feel as though the end of an innings or the end of the match is nigh.
Siraj in over the wicket. Very high elbow from Tongue as he defends that one. No runs still, so Cast has actually bowled really quite nicely. Batted even.
Batted, yeah. I wouldn't go as far to say that with the ball, but he's definitely batted nicely. I mean, Bryden's a good player. We've seen sample sizes of him in New Zealand. We've seen the best of him with the ball in New Zealand. Probably not so far in this series, but know what a talented all-rounder he is. He's an option for that number 8 spot eventually when Chris Woakes does go.
Siraj is in. No, he's not. He got all the way to the crease, and then it was like he just lost his footing somewhere, so it's called a dead ball. He looked behind him as he landed on his front foot.
Yeah, he just took off, and it seemed as though when the takeoff point, it just sort of pushed him away from the actual crease. So I mean, the Carse argument, you look at the potential selection for the next Test match. Will Cook come into the equation? Will Archer will obviously come into the equation? England, you know, you've got Josh Tongue, you've got Bryden Carse, you've got Chris Wokes. I mean, I don't think you can leave both Carse and Wokes out.
Here's Siraj. Oh, it's a full toss and quite a high one as well. Not waist high, but that really came on Tongue quickly, and he just goes for a little walk. Managed to get the bat on it, push it out to the offside.
A bit excitable here is Mohammad Siraj. He's getting close to the front line. He's striving for that wicket. He's obviously gone for the Yorker. He's bowled a couple of bounces which haven't really been effective, and now he's going around the wicket to Josh Tongue.
Josh Tongue taps his bat a couple of times. Around the wicket comes Siraj, but he defends it well, and he shapes to throw it for a second. It does throw it, but straight to Rishabh Pant, and that's the end of the over. 245 for 8. Carse is on 25, Tongue on 22, and the remaining overs now 33. That is a lot of overs. If I'm giving you the selector's cap, what do you do going into Lords? Because it really is a question. We've seen Jofra Archer bowling out here a lot. We've even seen Jacob Bethel out here bowling in the break. What do you do?
Yeah, the Jacob Bethel's been bowling in the break. I don't see how he fits into the equation. Obviously, Sam Cook's gone off and playing some games with Jamie Overton. They've been in the squad with, obviously, Jofra Archer.
Here's Jadeja bowling to Carse. Just pads up to that one.
You have to work out who, from a body point of view, has come through this game unscathed. So from a fitness point of view, you look at that.
Jadeja in once more, swept hard. It's not quite fine enough to beat the fielder running around from long leg. I'll get a single though.
And then you look at, if all boxes are ticked, then you look at what you think is the best option to take 20 wickets in the balance of the side on a surface which you'd hope has got a little bit more life in it than what this has at Lords. So if I'm looking at this and everybody comes through and fit and ready and recovered well enough, Wokes' record at Lords is unbelievable.
So Jadeja round the wicket to Tongue. Just plays this in front of him.
I thought he would get better as the series went on, but I don't think he has. So that would be a question. Carse and Tongue very similar, bowling back of a length and haven't really been that effective.
Jadeja in again. It's nicely defended by Tongue once more.
So I think I'd possibly go with obviously Jofra Archer. I'd probably go with Sam Cook to bring them two in.
And here comes Jadeja. Full ball, and it's a one-handed flick, and it's gone straight mid-wicket. That is the 9th wicket to fall. Tongue, he went the flamingo flick, but it's well taken in the end, diving to the right, and Jadeja has managed to take another wicket. Siraj with the catch. He couldn't quite do it with the ball, searching for that wicket, but he's in the right spot in the end.
He's in the right spot. It was a brilliant catch from Mohammad Siraj. He's dived full length, caught it one-handed, really just above the ground at that sort of that mid-wicket area. It was a big shot from Josh Tongue. He's batted 29 balls so far, hasn't played many big shots, and he's just leant back a little bit. It's gone off in the air, just above the ground, and Mohammad Siraj has dived full length, trying to get two hands to it, but only could get his right hand to it. And as he's hitting the floor, he's managed to turn his hand round, and the sort of back of his hands landed on the ground, kept a hold of the ball. Fantastic catch. And then India are 1 wicket away from going to that Lord's Test match. Mel Farrell with a 1-1 draw, at a 1-1 draw.
He did feel like it was only a matter of time. And Shoaib Bashir walks out, last man standing with Carse now for England. And if they don't get him in the next 20 minutes, say we will have the extended session. They all piled on Siraj, the India players, delighted to get the breakthrough. Interesting, they'll be going in 1-1 to that test. Really, India have dominated 9 days. First ball, reverse sweep from Bashir for 4, if you don't mind very much. Wow. There you go.
Yeah, yeah, he's come charging out here as Shoaib Bashir, plays the reverse sweep. First ball, when he came out in the first innings, crashed smashed into his helmet, so he wasn't going to get that from Jadeja, but this time he's gone for the reverse sweep. He looks very, very excited there as Shoaib Bashir. Akashdeep's going to come and try and take his 6th wicket. I think to finish off the conversation before this game ends, Mel, I think I go with Cook and Archer just to freshen the bowling attack up. You've got Stokes. Bashir worries me, but I mean, you mentioned Bethel. I mean, that would be a big call now to leave Bashir out with what you've invested in him and everything that goes. So I can't see that happening. Shoaib Bashir will play, and then I think you've got to weigh up. Does Chris Woakes? Is he getting better? Is he giving you the value you want? Because you remember it's that number 8. It's an all-round package. Bryden Cast could possibly bat number 8. Do you need Josh Tongue to knock a tail over? Well, you've got Jofra Archer. I probably would go with Chris Woakes. So it'll be Cook, Woakes and Archer.
Here's Akashdeep to Cast. He bowls short. They've got the field spread far and wide, expecting Cast to basically either, hit out, go the short ball, go the pull, get him out the same way they got Jamie Smith out, or let him have a single and get Bashir on strike.
Don't think Bryden Cast is looking for singles here. He's a big shot player. Don't think he's looking for singles. If Akashdeep pitches it up, I think he'll try and hit him straight, and if he bowls short, he'll try and hit him into hollies. Everybody else on the offside, I don't think you're in the game unless you're at slip for the big full one.
Cast waits as in comes Deep. That's wide outside the off stump, dies on its way through to Rishabh Pant, and left well alone by Cast.
Interesting from the selection point of view, if you put your India hat on, you've got Jasprit Bumrah, he's got to come back in. I think you've got to keep faith with the 2 spinners because I think the all-round package is good. I just think you'd bring Jasprit Bumrah in for Prashad Krishna, give him a break off the back of these 2 test matches, not because he bowled badly. I just think you've asked him to do a job, and the job he's been asked to do has been a selfless one for the team. Short ball tactic, he's been expensive, but Bumrah comes back for Krishna, and that'll be the only change.
And comes Deep. That's on leg stump and just turned around the corner by Cast. No run, sends Bashir back. Took a couple of steps down the wicket. And, that's the thing. We came into this test saying, well, does India have the bowling attack to take 20 wickets? Well, they're 19 down so far, and actually it was England who were unable to take 20 wickets.
Absolutely, and I think Akashdeep has proven what a good bowler in English conditions. He is the perfect English type seamer.
He's running in now, short ball, and Cast gets down on one knee and twists his body to get underneath that one.
Good delivery, really good delivery there from Akashdeep. He's an aggressive bouncer road. He's had 2 now, so he's bowled 2 bounces, so he can't bowl any more that's going over shoulder height. But the field will come in. There's 2 balls left in the over, and they'll want to get Shoaib Bashir on strike. So, make sure Akashdeep can pull up fine for Lords, and you throw him out again. Just think the all-round package that Jadeja and Sundar give you, a little bit of Nitish Reddy in the middle. You put Bumrah, Siraj, and Akash into the equation. It's a strong side, especially where the top 6 have not batted as a unit, but some of them individuals have really stood up and put in good performances over the course of these last 2 test matches.
Akashdeep, the crowd in full voice as he runs in, bowls, and that is sent high. This could be it. This should be it. Oh, it's not. It's been misjudged. It was in the air for what seemed like hours. And in the end, It's Siraj again, who's just taken an absolute screamer not long ago to dismiss Tongue. Well, he basically let the ball go over his head, completely lost it.
Yeah, that was a misjudgment, but it was that's a tough chance. That's gone a long way up in the air. It's come down with snow on it. It's wobbled about 4 million times. I mean, the good thing about that, from Siraj's point of view, it didn't hit him on the head. He's going backwards. He's trying to sort of backpedal. He's hit the deck very, very hard, and when it did bounce out of his hands.
So Cast survives, and it's Bashir on strike, and he really gets hold of this. My goodness, sends it down over the long-on boundary for 6. Gave it the old heave-ho.
Yeah, he gave everything he had there. It was, well, from Shoaib's point of view, he's either going to try and hit me on the head or he's going to try and hit the base of my stumps, and he just didn't quite get the base of the stumps ball right, did Akash Deep. And it was bang, straight down the ground. Good hit, solid hit from Shoaib Bashir. He's coming out and he's going, 349, 31 overs. I'm 10 from 2, game on.
I tell you what, I mean, the result may be a foregone conclusion. And the best result, really, for the day that you thought sensibly was England might get a draw. But we've had some entertainment, Army.
We were always going to have entertainment, Mel. Even if England had batted out for the draw, it was never going to be dull. And that's why I'm always loath to criticise this team. I'm loath to criticise this team. Anybody that criticises this team and says they've got to be smarter, they've got to be better. And a week ago you're praising what a great team, fantastic win, 371. We don't play the perfect game.
Jadeja now, oh my goodness, that has turned a mile outside the off stump to Cast.
It's gone big, that. It's gone big. We all want the perfect scenario. England bat and, 250 for 5 at the end of the day, 250 for 7, blocking it out. Never happening.
Over the wicket, it's a slower ball from Jadeja, and it's just patted up through mid-wicket, and they'll take a leisurely single, puts Cast on 30. Brings Bashir back on strike. He's played a reverse sweep for 4. He's played the old heave-ho over long on for 6. What's he got here now?
Suggest that I would think the reverse sweep might come out, and I think if I was Shubman Gill, I would be saying to him, you can have that. Go on. There's a gap there for you. Go on, there's a gap there for you. I would imagine this will be a little bit more round arm from Jadeja, and trying to get the pads in play.
Well, they're all coming in around the bat. Oh, he goes for a little ramp, a little scoop, and he's got bat on it, and that is the final wicket to fall, is it? No, he has reviewed, so we are going to have to wait.
Yeah, there's a review here. Shoaib Bashir's gone straight away, gone for the review, because he knows, I think, going off instinct, like we said before. You look at the player's reaction, he straight away went to the review. So I don't think, from his point of view, is it a review worth taking, or has he completely missed it? It's hit his pad. No, it's missed everything. I think it's missed everything. I think it's come straight off the pad. It would have gone on to hit leg stump, but it pitched a long way outside leg stump. I think this ball, I don't think it's got anything of the under part of the glove, and it's hit his left leg, and it's gone straight up in the air. He knew straight away, did Shoaib Bashir.
Well, like I said, we've had some entertainment, but that ball's gone underneath both the bat and the gloves and onto the pad as he tried to send it over his shoulder. So
I would see you went a little bit early there to end the game, Mel. But just hold that thought, because I think it might be coming in the next 2 or 3 deliveries.
Well, the umpire's finger had gone up. I thought we were done there, but we are not. They're making us hold out for England.
You're just practicing.
I'm just practicing. Next ball, squirts off the outside edge of the bat. Only as far as one of the fielders. There are 5 of them, as well as Rishabh Pant, all around the bat at the moment. 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Next ball's just sent straight down the ground. Hello, I'll just pull out a straight drive, says Shoaib Bashir, and get a couple of runs. Ball pulls up inside the rope.
Lovely shot that was. Really was a nice shot. Just there's a lot of excitement with Shoaib at this moment in time. He could literally do anything, but that was a glorious shot down the ground.
Variety as well. Next ball is defended up to mid-off. It hasn't just been one shot from Bashir, as he's had the full range as we end the over. Is it? Yes? No?
Yep. End
Yes.
of over.
End of over.
End of over. It's 262 for 9. Yeah, end of over. I wasn't sure that. I think Chris Gaffney wasn't sure there. He was looking at Shafadullah too.
Well, the
'cause the scoreboard says, yeah.
it's still saying 13.5, so maybe it's just taken a little while to catch up. I'm going to leave you for a bit, Harmy, and let the great manners take you home.
Cheers,
so to
Mel.
speak.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Akashdeep has got the ball as we say goodbye to Mel Farrell. Neil Manthorp is getting ready to call what will be the winning wicket of this game. Everybody in the deep apart from first slip and fourth slip. Kieran Raoul at fourth slip, Kieran Nair at first slip. Akashdeep comes in.
Will this be the delivery? Here's Akashdeep. Balls outside the off stump, steered away, past backward point. KL Rahul runs around from fourth slip, as Harmy was saying. Well, it's just it's checkmate. But you've got to finish the game. Bryden Cast is 30. There's nowhere for England to go. There's 29 overs left after this. Go down as one of, if not the greatest test match saves of all time, if England can go to Lord's 1-0 up. It's going to be 1-1.
I think Bashir will be about 100 if that's the case, the way he's come out playing.
Akashdeep in again, bowls short, slower ball, pull shot attempted from Bryden Cast. Threw it way too early. He's 30. Shoaib Bashir, that was an interesting shot for 6, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? It was a great shot. Oh, just saying to Mel, it was, I mean, his eggs were all in one basket. He's going to hit me on the head or he's going to hit me on the foot. Didn't quite get the sort of Yorker in the right place. So Shoaib was looking to score. He's come out very energetic, Shoaib Bashir.
Wants to show that he can contribute in other facets of the game. Not a great batsman, by any means. Akashdeep in again, and one-handed swing out towards the leg side, and he's struck it very well indeed as Bryden Cast for 4. 2 men out there in the deep, and I think it was another slower one, wasn't it, from Akashdeep? So he was through it too early, took the top hand off the bat, and still managed to one-hand it for 4.
Slow ball, yeah, slow ball, short ball. He's just bowling it into the surface to see if he can just sit up and make Bryden Cast him hit the ball as opposed to use the pace on the ball. So again there, he's just one-handed. Fielder's move from deep mid-wicket, a bit squarer.
Here's Akash once again up to the crease, down the leg side, hits Cast on the pads. They're thinking about taking the leg by as it deflects down towards long leg, but decide against it. It's a 4th ball of the over. Now the fielders all come in from the boundary, try and have a go at Shoaib Bashir. Can Akashdeep bowl 2 dot balls?
He's lost 2 studs, I think, now. That's the second one that come out of his booty. He walked past Shafadullah, the umpire, about 2 balls ago and give him a stud, and now he looks as though he's lost another one, but found it, and he's going to get his studs tightened.
Can you tell if you've lost a stud? Can you feel?
Not really, no. But when you run down the wicket and you see one in the ground, and it's like, well, that might
clearly
be,
that's
that might be mine. Yeah, yeah. You drop I mean, the only way you know you've dropped a pound is after you hear it hitting the floor. I mean, if you don't hear it hitting the floor, that's it. It's gone forever. But as a bowler, as a rule, no, I wouldn't. No, I've lost the stud just by the way you were walking on the ground.
3 men catching behind the wicket, as well as the keeper. Is Akashdeep again. Bowls slashed away over the slip cordon and down to the boundary for 4. Bryden Cast might just be able to pick himself up a little half-century here if it keeps going like this. He's 38, not out.
No ball as well. No ball as well. So, no ball as well. Big slash. He's come down the wicket, slashed it straight over the top of what fourth slip, fifth slip. So 2 balls left of the over. 38 from Bryden Carse. He can bat. He's not just a slogger. He is a proper option with the bat.
Got a fly slip in there now. Second slip's dropped down to fly slip, and Bryden Carse is now, well, nutmegged of a sort. That was actually hit him between the legs and then stuck there, very close to the box region.
The unmentionables. It wasn't quite bullseye, but it was 25. I don't think it was the full 50, Manners.
And it just got trapped between his legs, much to the amusement of the crowd. I say it's a majority of Indian supporters in now, and that's entirely expected. The gates are open around the stadium, so anybody who happens to be strolling past can walk in. They may miss the final moments, but all of the gates are open. People coming and going. That's wide of the off stump now, and it's not called a wide by umpire Sharfadullah, even though it probably was, because Bryden Carse had backed away so far that Sharfadullah thought, I can't be bothered, let's just get it over and done with. 271 for 9.
I thought he stuck his finger up before because he couldn't be bothered. I thought it was the old, that's 5 down, game's end now, that's it, off you go. I mean, Prashad Krishna didn't even appeal, but yeah, you're right. I think that did look quite wide. He must be freezing out there. It's chilly up here. Never mind down there. Jadeja's back on. The post-mortem will be about to start. I just think India have completely outplayed England. They really do. They've battered them out of the game. They've had 2 bowlers in Akashdeep and Mohammad Siraj who have pitched it up, give this slow pitch a chance to do its magic.
Here is Jadeja. Can he finish it off? Choa Bashir is the man on strike. He doesn't know a great deal about that one. Backs away, and I think it beats him outside the off stump, and taken by Rishabh Pant, who's now got something to say. He's having a chat to Shazvi Jaiswal under the helmet at short leg. Gives him a little low 5. Here is Jadeja again, getting through his overs very quickly. As always, Bashir defends it. He's 12, Bryden Carse 38. 28 overs remain after this. If they need it, they won't be, I'm pretty sure. So Jadeja in again, Bashir defends. But, there's no harm in Bashir spending a bit of time at the crease. He doesn't bat for very long. Here's Jadeja again. Bashir comes forward and blocks that one straight back to the bowler. He might just learn something about batting in the middle in a test match on the 5th day.
He came out like Don Bradman, didn't he? Reverse sweep first ball, second ball smashed it over the top for 6.
Here's Jadeja again. He goes for another massive slog sweep and misses. It's taken down the leg side by Rishabh Pant. He's determined to show that he's got something about him as a batsman.
I think he's playing by numbers here. I think every 3rd ball I'm going to have a big go.
Here is Jadeja once again, and Bashir backs away, chops it behind square on the offside to backward point, fielded by skipper Shubman Gill. No run. End of the over. Another one survived. 28 remaining now, and of course the tea break, which was scheduled for 2 minutes time, will be delayed by half an hour if that time is required.
How many did Jimmy and Monty survive for? Was that 10?
11, wasn't it?
10 or 11 overs? 10 or 11 overs, but the tail in that game, I think that hung on for, best part of the session. Numbers 9, 10, 11. Colley batted, that's where he got the Brigadier block from, wasn't it? He batted for the best part of the whole day for about 60 runs.
India know that this game is theirs now. There's no threat from the elements. It's cloudy, but there are pockets of blue sky around. That torrential monsoon type rain we had at the scheduled start of play, that's gone. Nothing more on the radar. Here's Akashdeep, slog up into the air. This surely will be taken, and is. And that is the test match. Is that Shubman Gill who took the catch? The captain takes the winning catch after an astonishing game with the bat. 430 runs, second highest aggregate ever. and it's the captain who takes the winning catch, and it's Akashdeep who finishes with 6 for 99. Brilliant performance from the seamer who didn't get a game in the first test in Headingley. Well, he's taken 6 for 99. Mohammad Siraj, his new ball partner, took 6 for 70 in the first innings, and England have been bowled out for 271, and India have won this game by a massive 336 runs. Absolutely comprehensive and equally well deserved.
Yeah, well deserved. No complaints, I can't think, from the England side. It was a brilliant performance from India. Big shot from Brydon Cast to finish that. 38 he fell for, and it was a fitting way for this game to finish. The best bowler on show was Akashdeep. The best batter on show was Shubman Gill. Gill catches, deep buzz that was the bowler to take his 6th wicket. The match winners in that one little moment have put India 1-1 and go to Lords with 3 test matches left. Jasprit Bumrah to come back as well. I mean, India, I bet you they can't wait for Thursday morning at 11 o'clock when the toss is coming. Ben Stokes and Shubman Gill go head to head again. India take the momentum to Lords.
Just a quick look back at the day's play. England resumed with hopes of saving the test match at 72 for 3, but they were quickly undermined by the loss of 2 quick wickets. Ollie Pope bowled by Akashdeep off his gloves, and Harry Brook LBW to Akashdeep for 23. Some resistance then from Ben Stokes and Jamie Smith before Stokes was dismissed on the stroke of lunch. Trapped LBW by Washington Sundar for 33. Jamie Smith went on to make 88, the 3rd highest aggregate in a test match by a wicketkeeper, before he was caught on the deep square leg boundary, hooking at Akashdeep for 88. Brydon Cast, the last man out, for 38. Akashdeep, the figures of 6 for 99. As I said, India have won this game by a massive 336 runs. Question marks about whether the declaration was delayed too long are all irrelevant, because Shubman Gill has his first win as Indian Test captain, and he's made a lot of history with the bat. The tradition that I love so much about Test cricket, and it does happen in other forms, but the entire squads and management, all the backup teams, line up to shake hands with each other. Harmy, it's a special moment, and sometimes I guess it must have a bit of a sour taste to it if you're on the losing side, but yeah, England have it takes 2 teams to produce an epic test match, and I think England will be not phlegmatic, but they'll be sort of maybe not shrugging their shoulders. It's never easy, it's never pleasant to lose a test match, but they know they've been done fair and square here.
Absolutely, 100%. They've been done fair and square, and a little similarity to Headingley coming away from Headingley. India just needed to know. India needed to know that they just needed to improve a little bit coming into this test match. Don't throw everything out the window. They did some good things at Headingley, and they came here with a plan. Some would say it was a negative plan. Some would say this was the best course of action for this surface, and that proved right. From England's point of view, there's 1 or 2 areas I think they could improve on. I mean, talk about smartening up. They're talking about not playing a draw. This is not an instinct. It's an instinctive game as cricket, and England need to keep playing with their instinct. Dust themselves down, prove a few minor things going into Lords. Have a look at their bowling attack, because I think that could do with a look at the balance of it. Pick the right decision at 11 o'clock, like I said before, on Thursday morning, and England will come flying back. They will, no question, under Ben Stokes. This series, boy is it alive. Shubman Gill has played unbelievable so far in this test series, and England need to find an answer to that. And in Akashdeep, with Jasprit Bumrah coming back, Mohammad Siraj, who also took 6 wickets in this contest, 2 spinners on show, them look as though they've found a balanced attack, possibly to make this series go all the way till the end of the Oval in the 5th test match. It's been gripping, it's been absolutely fantastic to bring it from Edgbaston, sitting here 3 floors up, you can see everything. The atmosphere has been great. But for me, I thought this series would be unbelievable, and to be honest, Manners, it has not once disappointed.
I think it's exceeded expectations as
Oh,
far
yeah,
as I'm
100%.
concerned. I mean, it's been that good. 5 days, finishing just after the scheduled tea break on the 5th day. We finished within an hour of the scheduled close at Headingley. 2 pitches that have been hard work for the bowlers, little less so maybe for the batsmen. But I hope you've enjoyed our ball-by-ball coverage from both Test matches, from all of the corners of the world that you've been listening. One question amongst many that Harmy and I will be talking about on the following on podcast is the return of Jofra Archer, and whether he's ready, whether he can be ready after not playing a Test match for 4 years and playing just one first-class game. That is to be discussed a little bit later, so look out for the following on podcast. But for now, from all of us, from our intrepid and incredibly hard-working producer Scott Taylor, from Steve Harmison, me, Neil Manthorp, Melinda Farrell, Sidharth Monga, Jarrod Kimber, and anyone who I've forgotten. But I think that's it. I think that's the team. Thank you for your listenership, and we'll be back with you with all the podcasts and previews building up to the Lord's Test, which of course begins at 11 o'clock on Thursday.